A very good morning to you all, and welcome to the live stream of the final day of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Tournament 2015. The action on the main pitch today will be starting shortly with the reigning champions Millfield against Kirkham Grammar School. As you can see, the conditions are fine for running sevens rugby. It's sunny and dry, and shortly I'll be joined in the commentary box by Chris Cracknell, but for now I will run you through the teams in the first match. Millfield had a very impressive day yesterday. They won all 4 of their matches and nilled 3 of their sides. Rydell Penrose went down 41-0. Simon Langton followed that. Tasker Millard as well, 39-0 they lost. They were given a test by Queen Elizabeth High School in the final pool match of the day, losing 31-12. And actually at half-time it was 12-all, and Queen Elizabeth looked like they might be giving the reigning champions a bit of a fright. It didn't happen in the end, and Millfield's class showed through. So they will be chomping at the bit to give it another impressive go today. As I say, they are the reigning champions, and they'll be looking to get their hands on the Open Final Cup later today. Kirkham Grammar School, who have just joined us on the main pitch here at RE1, they had a good day yesterday as well. They wouldn't be here otherwise, and 4 wins out of 4, beating Sutton Valence, Llandovery College, Mount St Mary's. That was a close game. They won 32-19, so they know how to tough it out in these tight encounters. And finally they rounded off with a victory against Tiffin School by 40 points to 5. So as we see the referee for today just doing the toss with the captains. As you can see, it seems the man who Millfield has put forward to do the toss is still in his tracksuit, so you wonder whether the captain has an injury, or if so, who will be standing in his place. Both teams, I say both teams, well, Kirkham move to their battle positions and Millfield stay in their huddle. It'll be a very interesting matchup, this one. Millfield, of course, have played a huge amount of sevens already this season. Yesterday they really looked like a very polished side. Kirkham, well, a little bit more of an unknown quantity to our viewers, but they wouldn't be here if they weren't a high-quality outfit. So, kick-off on the final day of the HSBC, the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Tournament. Kirkham easily keep possession after a slightly scuffed kick-off. Oh, he spills its early doors. That's a knock on. An easy start for both sides. Millfield, perhaps a slightly a bad start for both sides actually. Two little errors in there, and it gives Millfield an early chance to get on the score sheet. That was a bit cleaner, and they go early to their winger, who has a first chance to run at his man. Steps inside, brings the ball back. And here they come, so 3-on-2 now, and they do have a good chance. He does sell a dummy and looks to go over. First try to Millfield. Good score from the number 8. Very easy movement from Millfield. They moved it one way and back to the other. Nothing too glamorous, but it worked well. And Kirkham are 5 points down, and with the conversion to come. So the kick goes wayward, and it remains at 5-0 to Millfield. So the second kickoff is driven into the ground as well. So perhaps that initial kickoff was a deliberate tactic. Anyway, Kirkham had the first chance to run with it, and nice offload from the number 12. Kirkham get up over the halfway line. What can they muster against the reigning champions? Knock on again from Milford. Knock on again from Kirkham. That gives Milford a chance to come away. What we learned from yesterday is making those kind of mistakes against Milfield can be terminal, and they do look to have another try. The number 10, easy score, 10-0. So Kirkham finding it tough in the first game of the day. On the main pitch yesterday, several teams did take a while to wake up though, so they shouldn't be too worried. Milford that time do get their conversion, so 12-0. It was a fantastic line through the middle, wasn't it? Nice little placed handoff as well. Kirkham back to square one. Certainly have a good structure to their play, Kirkham. It's a lovely pass as well from 12. Back under their post, but they have space, Kirkham. Nice wraparound ball, show and go as well, and there's a hole up the middle. Taken ex-bully by 6. The try scorer, number 10, takes down the Kirkham player who looks to move the ball up the pitch. And now Kirkham have an overlap on the left. But it disappears all too quickly. Milfield's defence, they're drifting in on them, but they did knock it on, so Kirkham have the ball again. So if you're joining us this morning and you fancy letting us know your thoughts on the action, you can tweet us using the hashtag RPSNS7s live and let us know your thoughts. Kirkham, good period of possession for them. Nice step from the 7 up the middle. Flying tackle from Milfield though. Ball comes out and wow, Milfield regather. Now this lad had a great day yesterday. Great movement for the big guy and puts in a handoff as well. Takes something to bring him down. And he looks to have set up a great position for Milford. Can they get it? They can't. It's a penalty to them though. And 15 takes the tap. Very relaxed movement by Milford. They feel completely in control of this one, and they are. It's a nice wraparound ball. It's going to be an easy score for 15. Very good play. It may look relaxed, but it comes with a lot of training and a lot of dedication, getting those patterns right. And Milfield's head coach must be looking on and thinking, I've done a good job getting him in this position so far. So 17-0 to Milfield. And it stays that way. Kick just flashing to the left of the posts. The stream you're watching today, sponsored by Serious Stuff, sports apparel company, and we're very grateful to them for that. You can see their banners at the back of the of your screen. Kirkham yet to really escape their own half, and they do look good at moments like this, but then something in the past has always undone them. Now they have a penalty. And look to work something down the left-hand side as well. Nice dummy there. But they're in heavy traffic, heavy Millfield traffic. Too many bodies though for the referee, and Kirkham have another penalty. Have a bit of space as well. Nice switch in the midfield. Show and go as well, and good step and nice rangy running from the number 12, and if that pass had gone, that could have been their first score. But anyway, the cup's back inside and he is in. Kirkham are on the score sheet. It was just desserts really. They showed their patterns in getting a forward position in the pitch, and then their skill and ability to improvise once they got there. And they get the conversion as well, and that will be half time. Kirkham really did well to recover in this first half. It was one-way traffic to begin with, but that last attack showed why they're here. That dummy was delightful. So 17-7 at half time. We'll be back with the action of the second half.
Announcing the 10-40 matches on RE4, it will be Christ Hospital versus Windsor Grammar School. On RE5, Tangle College versus College Bazaar. On RE6, Rosslyn Schools versus Rita Simmons College. If representatives from those 6 schools come to the rest cabin for the floor. Thank you very much.
The second half is about to start here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. It's Millfield 17, Kirkham Grammar, who have the ball in their hands and are about to kick off 7. Delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Chris Cracknell at half time.
Timed it well then.
So it's 17-7 to Millfield, and well, they've kicked off carried on from yesterday even really, Chris. Looking very impressive.
Millfield have been strong across all the age range this week. Certainly seen my fair share of their endeavour, and they certainly have a great pedigree at the school in many years to come as well throughout this competition.
Kirkham play around with it in their own half, but they come away with it. And now look to work something down the short side. Good handoff from number 2. And now, if you take the last 4 minutes of play, it has been all Kirkham. Starting to get used to the ball and working out how to play against an organised side like Millfield. Excellent handoff and breaks up the middle. That's a lovely run. That's what they wanted to do, Kirkham. Get behind Millfield, make them make covering tackles. But that's not what they wanted to do. Passing it on to one of their wingers. And now Millfield have a chance to control the game again and perhaps break away for a try, but slips a little in the middle of the pitch. It is quite slippy out there thanks to the hailstorms we had yesterday, and Millfield though now get a better run at things and win the penalty.
I was going to say unfamiliar turnover from Millfield there. One thing they do have is great patience in attack, able to build through the phases to create a score, and they're usually off the back of fantastic defensive shape.
And that shape's led to another try. It seems the number 11 goes in. Scything run through there, and that was nothing really Kirkham could do about that after the initial line had been broken.
And the Kirkham defence just over chasing as you look at the pitch, just over chasing to the far side, obviously worried about the Millfield pace outside, and their playmakers just able to break them down and understand that space is back on the short side once more with a simple switch and then powerful running through.
Chris, obviously you've probably watched more sevens than anyone here this tournament. It's been 9 to 5 job for you, but have you seen amongst the Millfield guys who do you really pick out as their key drivers and their key players? I mean, I've seen today number 6 with the yellow boots. He's looked like he's got a bit of presence about him.
I was gonna say number 6 with the yellow boots is certainly someone that stood out for them. Not just because of his flashy foot attire, but he's able to see things almost before they happen, and that's one of the things that you do does sort of tend to stand out at this level. All the lads are reasonably fit, obviously being young, put through their paces at school. He just seems to be a half yard ahead of everyone else, especially in attack, as we saw there, able to read that the defence had overchased and then being able to pick the right area of the field to attack.
Yes, he does have that quality that seems to be he can operate at a slower pace but still get the job done. But Kirkham operating at a very fast pace is Kirkham. That was another good break from them. Agonisingly it went to ground, but they do get a penalty.
Kirkham's attack just getting a little bit flat there. One thing we talk about in sevens, we talked about this week, is the working in your threes, and by that we mean obviously the ball carrier being number 1, the next guy to him being number 2, and then the third person usually playing the ball away from the breakdown is the guy in at number 3. But also enables you to have a little bit of depth off that, so when Kirkham are attacking, looking for that offloading game, there's need guys in behind the ball rather than flat on the ball.
Kirkham take the ball forward. They were well shadowed there, but they definitely have a chance to score here. 2-on-1 it is. Can they convert it? Nice switch. 7 darts inside. Number 13, sorry. And they have another penalty. Tap and go. It will be called back.
Talked about Millfield's patience. Unfortunately, a bit of indiscipline slipping in here.
Kirkham Grammar School looking to claw their way back into it if they can. Be a tough ask to come back from here, but a try would be a start. Good offload and lovely pass out wide. He just has to step his man. Easier said than done against that number 11. That was very well played. Bit of a juggle. Number 3 gets there. Good try from Kirkham, and just desserts for number 3. He's been Kirkham's star man in this game and races the ball back to halfway.
Only 4 or 5 minutes left on the clock. That puts them right back in it. That indiscipline from Millfield costing them slightly. Good defence out wide by the young number 10. Eventually Kirkham's pressure pays dividends and they get the score. Only 11 points behind. That's not a massive score in sevens. That can be turned around in an instant if Kirkham continue to keep hold of ball and possession, and Millfield's indiscipline keeps creeping in.
So the quirk of that try is that they chose not to have a conversion, I think.
I think with the run clock being run down as it is, you know, some teams obviously it's 2 points for the conversion. They're that far behind. It's better to just get the ball back in play, get the ball going again, and keep possession and try and get another try, get another quick score. Also being out wide, are they the percentages? Are they going to get it? So that again comes back to what can we control? Can we control the next restart? Maybe better than we can the kick. So take the time wisely.
Well, it's certainly worked out where they got the ball again. Just need to see if they can fashion another try. But Kirkham, if they do go down in this match, it's not over for them. They'll be appearing in the plate later today. But they're certainly not looking to that now. They're looking to put Millfield on the ropes. But they do not have that much time left to do that. Kirkham again recover the ball. Good scrum. Millfield though kick it off. So Kirkham can play quickly if they can. but they will take the line out.
It's just out, isn't it? Are you asking that, Louis? I thought you were asking that because you knew the result there.
Well scragged back from Millfield. And they kick it out quickly and will take the victory. It's a comprehensive win for them in the end. Kirkham came a little bit late to the party, but when they did, they played some really good stuff. Millfield, though, ever the professional outfit, they just moved the ball around when they could and took their tries as they came. It was very easy. Right, well, we'll be back for the next game, which will be Bryanston versus Hartpury College. But for these two teams, well, Millfield go into the open quarterfinals pools on RE1 at 11:40, and as I say, Kirkham will go into the plate quarterfinal pools also at 11:40 on RE2. Join us then. So we should shortly be able to have an interview between Chris Cracknell and one of the Millfield boys who was instrumental in their victory over Kirkham a second ago. Chris Cracknell, of course, the former England Sevens captain.
I'm joined here by Adam Hastings, captain of Millfield. Congratulations on your victory. Looking forward to the rest of the day. Obviously you've been strong for the previous days and obviously for your junior ranks coming up through the tournament. How do you fancy your chance after the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, no, I think we got a good chance. The first game was a bit tough, blowing a bit after the first one, but no, we've got a lot of depth in the squad, so I'm happy about that. Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, it's always tough day two. I noticed your coach wrote the interchanges there just after half time. Did you think the game was sort of done and dusted and Kirkham were out of it, or are you just trying to save a few legs for later on?
Yeah, no, not quite. Kirkham are a good team, so they're always likely to bounce back, but yeah, I think it's just saving the legs.
Congratulations, good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Well, welcome back to the next match on RE1 here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Tournament. Up here we have Bryanston versus Hartpury College. Bryanston kicking off. And playing in white, and Hartpury playing in red. Coming from the right to left in your pitch there. Knocked it on, so Bryanston have the first set piece of their game. You don't see, hopefully you don't see too many set pieces in a match of sevens, but you can relish them when they are there. Did you enjoy the scrum, Chris Cracknell, in sevens, or?
Yeah, no, it's probably one of my more enjoyable times, being slightly on the larger side of everyone else. Scrum time certainly gave me an opportunity to get into the game, and long may that stay in the game as well.
Well, Hartpury here have a great chance to score. It's fantastic 20-metre handoff from number 21. He started that handoff almost in his own half and finished it off 5 metres from the try line. 5-0 to Hartpury.
Simple game, Sevens. Use the hands, get the ball out wide, and back your pace man to score, giving him plenty of space to run there.
So the kick was missed. And Bryanston will regain this kick-off, hopefully for them. Knocked on, possibly by Hartpury it was. So Bryanston's form coming into the Rosslyn Park Sevens this year was a little bit patchy. They'd lost more than they won. So they're a bit of an unknown quantity, perhaps hot and cold in equal measure. But their 4 victories yesterday certainly put them in good shape for this game. But Hartpury, well, they're a nice outfit. Very sleek, and if you can see there, the hands in the close quarters were exceptional. Now has a chance to get a second score. Excellent outside step, and he'll run in and probably put it under the post. He'll try to, but excellent covering tackle from Bryanston. Didn't stop the try though.
Fantastic things about Sevens, it does allow the offload and free-flowing style of rugby in Hartpury. Again, being strong in the contact area, able to beat their man one-on-one, half scraping the tackle, and someone there on his shoulder to support and offload. An excellent finish as well.
So do pop that over, despite Bryanston's best efforts to stop the conversion. It does seem sometimes that when a try's been scored, someone running back to stop a conversion by a couple of metres is a bit futile, but in Sevens, it's not so that. Chris Cracknell.
No, I think it's this is a time for sort of teams to take control. You look at Samoa in the past; they'll use this moment to take control, slow it down, bring the game round to their pace. And Hartpury just using that there. Guys dots the ball down, run the ball back, just slow the game down a little bit, play at your pace, do things in your own time, almost that taking control, that real emphasis of you being in control of the game, and that's something that Hartpury are trying to do here, trying to sort of early set the stall out early. Good couple of scores to the good, and now it's just about controlling time, controlling play.
And they have the ball again, and it's the same man who's going through a gap and now just using his wheels to get a third score. So 17-0 to Hartpury, this game following a similar scoring pattern to Millfield's earlier game against Kirkham Grammar School. Millfield also went 17-0 up. And Kirkham Grammar School did come back. They showed their class, they showed why they're in the elimination round for this tournament. But they couldn't manage to muster a comeback, and Bryanston, you say, are up against it here to do that. Confirmation of that earlier match for Millfield versus Kirkham Grammar School. Millfield ran out 24-12 winners, so they are through to the open quarterfinals pools, which is also what awaits the winner of this match. Bryanston now have their hands on the ball for the first time in an attacking capacity. Penalty Hartpury, however.
Sorry, mate. So I was just going to say, Bryanston's support there. We talked about the support, and Hartpury's defence is staying really, really strong in the middle of the field. Bryanston don't really seem to have an answer to break it down, and also their support isn't there. They're just running out of men around the area and around the breakdown area, and that enabled Hartpury then to get in and pick their moment wisely to turn the ball over.
Yes, earlier this week, Chris obviously been preaching the blessing of turnover ball and how crucial it is to rugby in general, but particularly in Sevens, even if you're on your own try line, it effectively could mean a try.
Oh, and that's why we talked about defence a lot this week, because defensively, if you're astute enough and you make your tackles, you make your one-on-one tackle and bounce back on your feet, and there is a turnover, more often than not, you're then playing against a broken defence because they've just been on the attack, and more so than in 15s, you're either up against people who are, are already in that mindset, and there's so much space in sevens that if you're very astute when you get that ball and turnover, you use it wisely, you play to space, and you will be underneath the sticks. And that's why defence is reigning so supreme in this tournament. No matter what the age grade we've seen, all the top teams have had absolutely outstanding defensive shape. Nobody's bitten out of the link, and they've stayed in form. And then when they've got the ball, they're ruthless with it, and more often than not playing against their broken defence because they've just been on the attack.
Yes, defensive shape. It seems there's those two formations, 6 and 1 or 7 up out there, which you can go for.
Yep.
Today, I think we've seen Millfield operating both styles as well, and it's something which, do you stick with one or do you try and change it up based on your opposition?
I think you can change it based on opposition on the field. We had one of the foreign schools this week played a 3-1-3 kind of defence as well, which I think they're just a little bit out of sort and not quite sure how to really defend in the game. But they still gave it all their best. But there's sort of more astute teams, and we talk about different levels of ability here. And as we go into half time, Bryanston just sort of having a little less sort of punch and attack, and Hartbury obviously having plenty to go out wide. But as we talk about the defence, 6 and 1 is the sort of traditional way of defending. 7 up has been this new sort of defence which has crept in as the sport's gone more professional. And what you'll see is the better teams will use 7 up probably more in the other half, in the opposition's half of the field. 6 and 1 more in the opposition's half of the field, and then when they come back and they're more in their 22, their third of the field, that's when they'll usually adopt the 7 up defence to try and put pressure on and obviously keep teams out.
So it's enlightening me, that, Chris, and also sort of slightly perplexing me. I tend to, when I've ever played sevens before, I've just gone where I've been told to go, but of course there are a lot of tactics involved in the game now, and even at this level.
It has. I mean, it's only come from the inclusion in the Olympics. The sport's grown and grown and grown, and we're now in a position where we're watching effective schoolboy rugby with the level of tactics that they've got is phenomenal, and you see that with Millfield, with Hartbury, and with Wellington. I saw them on the back pitches yesterday as well. They're adopting different styles of play, different styles of attack, and it's fantastic to see that the sport is growing, and also that then is drip feeding down into these youngsters, because all it's going to mean is that once these youngsters do then become professionals, which I hope as many of them possibly can go on to be professional rugby players, they are educated in as many facets of the game as possible, that be it defence and attack, and it's only going to be good for the game in the UK and abroad with some of the foreign teams that we've got in place here.
So as the second half is about to kick off, it is 17-0 to Hartbury College versus Bryanston. Hartbury in the red and Bryanston playing in the white. Bryanston there. Good organisation has fashioned a nice opportunity for one of the young players, and he's going out the outside, throws it back in, recollected by Hartbury though, and now they have a chance to go with this number 10, who's already scored 2 tries today. Knocked out of the tackle there, good hit from Bryanston.
Great chase back by Hartbury there, and also intelligence from the number 11 not to follow in and be honeypotting around the ball. He managed to pick up the Bryanston fellow attacker, and that offload then being completely nullified and a turnover being made. Unfortunately, then going into contact and just losing the ball, but very astute defence from Hartbury there, not over chasing and not getting caught up in the battle.
So Hartbury now chase the ball, kick it upfield and put Bryanston, make them turn. Knock on by Bryanston though. You may have picked up a new word in the rugby lexicon from Chris Cracknell, honeypotting around the ball. It may be out there more commonly than I know, but I've not heard it before. Nice Winnie the Pooh reference there. Just talking about your honeypotting around the ball.
I wasn't paying attention. No, just talk about honeypotting around. I mean, you see it with a lot of the.
It's a very nice phrase.
The weaker defending teams. We saw a lot of the younger side. That sort of like everyone around a beehive, hence the honeypotting around the ball. It just enables a lot of space out wide, and as Hartbury show their guile there and able to mix it up front and go through the middle as well as around the outside.
Yes, they know their way to the try line in this game, certainly. So 24-0 to Hartpury. It was an excellent turn of direction, wasn't it? Just to find that gap in the defence and get what is probably the ceiling score. 3 tries in a sevens match can probably be clawed back most of the time, but 4, another question.
It's often talked about the golden 21 points at half time, and that usually kills off a few teams. We saw it a couple of times yesterday, teams coming back into it. Hartpury haven't quite been that ruthless, but Bryanston certainly struggling for answers in attack. As we see the Hartpury defence, we talked about it earlier with the defensive shape, and you can see that they're 6 up at the front and their sweepers back in almost the full-back position, just marshalling his troops. You see they're not biting in or anything in defence either. They're just biding their time to make their decision.
Well, Brighton have found their way round that Hartpury 6-1 defence. Now they're up against the number 10. Good offload as well. Excellent pick-up 3. He's been at the heart of everything that's been good about Bryanston in their attacks. They have found it tough, but now they have a chance. Nice show and go from the big long-haired man. Good tackle. Bryanston really showing their mettle here. 24 points down, but they're certainly not giving up, and this could be their first try. Well worked from Bryanston, and number 9 goes in. They fully deserve that. That was organised but also improvised when they needed to be.
Yeah, I think it was well worked try. They worked hard to work out from their line, and we talked about the defensive shape, and Hartpury just cost themselves slightly there by their winger stepping in all the way up on the 22, and that then enabled Bryanston to get in behind their defence, and then Bryanston moved the ball from one side to the other, keeping the ball alive, and then able to penetrate down here once Hartpury ran out of numbers and ran out of shape in defence.
And the conversion is good, so 24 points to 7 is now the score. And what does it say about Chris, about the player who is designated as the fullback in this? Is he the best tackler, or is he actually conversely perhaps the weakest tackler but very quick?
I think it varies on your team and what you've got. I've played against a number of teams that sometimes interchange their sweeper with the guy on the end. More often than not, he actually needs to be one of the better defenders in the team, because he is the last line of attack. Last line of defence, so to speak. So it depends on a lot of things, a lot of systems. You can go from a lot of teams who the guy who kicks off at the restart will then drop into sweeper. There's so many sort of variations of things that can cause it. So there's not necessarily a rule of thumb as to who goes to fullback.
Well, that time the fullback was stepped in all too easily. Hartpury, that was a lovely flowing movement. Bryanston have been run a little ragged here in the morning session at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens.
So not forget, it is day 2 of the tournament as well, and a lot of these lads would have played one-day tournaments, and they won't be used to waking up the next day feeling like they've been in a 60, 70, 80 mile an hour car crash 3 times and then repeating that the next day. So it is a lot tougher than it looks, and obviously the pitch is now being a little heavier underfoot given the rain that we had yesterday, probably draining them somewhat as well. And I know, speaking to the Millfield lads post their game, he was certainly blowing a little bit, so that morning game certainly showing a bit for Bryanston in terms of their conditioning to 2-day tournaments.
So when you've got a bulky lad like the guy who has also got great movement to score that try, it's not necessarily what you want in the early morning. Hartpury now trying to get over the line again, and looks like they will go in at the corner here. Good try again.
Yeah, we talked about it, and we talked about the defence a lot this game. It's Bryanston's shape has just completely capitulated there, and it's allowing Hartpury to run free-flowing rugby and almost score at will. It's going to be a long old afternoon for Bryanston. They need to salvage something from this game, and by salvage something I mean get their game plan going, get their defensive shape in place, and also try and hit their straps in attack and what's little of what's left of this game to help them build towards the rest of the tournament.
It's just a very obvious overlap there, wasn't it? Bryanston, running out of gas a little bit. Of course, it's not over for them either. They'll be in the plate in their next round, so they'll have to try and get some momentum for that. But as we've seen, when they do get the ball, they can play some lovely sevens. Bryanston, a co-educational school based in Dorset, and Hartpury, of course, based in Gloucestershire. So it's south of England clash this, and the Gloucestermen have come out on top, and they look to finish with a flourish as well. Bryanston desperate to shut them out one last time. They forced a knock on, and that'll be the end of the match. So an easy win for Hartpury. They sail through to the quarter-final pool stage, and they will be back in action at midday. And we will be here for our third elimination round match on RE1 very shortly. Please join us then.
I'm here with Matt Prothero, Hartpury College captain. Congratulations on the victory. Bit of a tough one, first start of the day.
Oh yeah, throughout the tournament there's some fantastic teams doing. Bryanston, all credit to them, pushed us right to the end, and just about taking each game as it comes, because it's going to be a tough day to see this one through. So.
Bit battered and bruised there. Seven's a little bit tougher than most people expect. Obviously this competition's pretty prestigious now, and you guys enjoyed your 2 days up here?
It's been a fantastic experience for the boys, just to mix it up from 15s, because no one realises how hard it is on the lungs and some sort of fatigue, but it's just down to basically pulling together as a team, I guess, and to be invited and to try and compete in the Open for this is outstanding, so it's awesome.
Expectations for the rest of the day? Do you see yourselves going all the way?
Me and the boys haven't really thought too much about going all the way. It's just about taking each game as it comes, and anything that comes our way is a bonus, really.
Fantastic attitude. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
So there we just heard the thoughts of the Hartpury captain, who had an excellent game himself. He's got a lot of pace and knows how to use it as well. Quite simple, I suppose. If you've got that much pace, you just put your foot to the floor. So our next match is Sedbergh versus Woodhouse Grove. And the colours, just so you know who we're watching, Sedbergh are in the brown and orange, and Woodhouse Grove are in the green and yellow. These two teams have met famously before in the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. 2013 they contested the Open final, and Sedbergh coming out 7-0 winners in that. One of the lowest scoring finals there's ever been. They've also played each other this season as well earlier this month, and Sedbergh also won that, so Woodhouse Grove may be sick of the sight of those brown shirts. But the stage is set for them to, if they can, get a stunning victory potentially. Sedberg looked to play wide straight from the off. Nice movement. It's a quicker pace than we've seen in the first 2 games. And Bromsgrove are really putting the squeeze on them in defence as well. And they've ripped the ball away. Excellent play from them. Juggle with it a little bit. It's fair to say both sides are pumped up for this one. Now, if you're watching on the live stream and want to engage via social media, please use the hashtag RPNS7sLive and tell us what you think. We'll be looking through Twitter and getting back in contact with you guys after this match. But for now, Woodhouse Grove, first chance for their trot for them to score here. Sedberg, though, in no mood to give it to them easy. They do have a penalty. In the far left-hand corner, they're all scrapping for it. He goes blind and pushed into touch. They'll come back for a penalty, though, and now, if they move it right, it could be on for them. Outside break, big handoff. Doesn't get round his man, but he's rucked over well. There's big numbers there, and they have another penalty going through. Nice dummy from the number 10. Scrapping for it on the floor. The breakdown is contested ferociously. Missed pass. Again, a good out of the tackle pass, but they will come back again. Now Woodhouse Grove, all this possession under the post as well. They have to score, really. Sebo will be desperate that they don't. Step inside, gets over there. It is the first try. Woodhouse Grove, that's a sensational opening score for them. 5-0, and that try is the try today which has been most hard fought. It's an excellent attempt to knock it over, but I don't think it's gone. So 5-0 to Woodhouse Grove versus Sedberg. Woodhouse Grove up against their nemesis in a way in this tournament, having lost to them in the final in 2013. But they're up here and they're playing an aggressive brand of rugby.
Just looking through their scores, they've certainly gone through with a bit of ease to reach this round. We're just seeing that tactic of kicking long and then allowing your defence to do the talking for you and pressurising Sedberg into the bottom half of the park.
Yes, Sedberg just knocking on there. But they have an incredible rugby sevens calibre, Sedberg. Of course, they've won this tournament a fair few times, and they've also given us the delights of guys like James Simpson-Daniel, Will Greenwood and Will Carling as well. But just to pick up on James Simpson-Daniel, obviously never made it with the England full team, really. I mean, he would have been incredible sevens talent, wouldn't he?
Oh, I think, yeah, as sevens has now definitely appeared on everybody's radar, I think something like this would have certainly suited him, and give it another 4 or 5 years when I think sevens will be fully professional, and you know, kids at this age will be looking to maybe hook up with international squads rather than going and playing with full-time 15s teams. I think James Simpson-Daniel would have been a class act in the sevens park, and he probably could still run rings around a few people as well if he so wished. So it's a shame not to see him more on the sevens circuit, and definitely a shame that we didn't get to see him grace the 15s field more, because he was a supreme talent and definitely one of Sedberg's finest students to go through.
Well, there's a few guys in the backs for Sedberg who look to have the fancy feet of James Simpson-Daniel, but they haven't had the space to use it powerfully. But here we go. That's a lovely James Simpson-Daniel break. Going out the outside, won't make it all the way, but excellent offload. Sedberg are back in it.
That's the support we talk about as well. Big forward in the middle doing the hard work, sucking in defenders, and then the flight-footed young half back there, just picking up off his shoulder, carrying the play on, getting in behind the team, and then the support following through to enable Sedbergh to continue their attack and then dot down the ball for 5 points.
That was a delightful step off the left, wasn't it, before he got caught? And that offload as well, not too shabby.
Just using that footwork as well to keep the ball alive, not just using it to beat the man, but realising, well, I might be getting tackled here, just half step, allowing to get on the shoulder and then the shoulder of the defender, and then lifting the ball to his supporting fellow attacker.
So all square at 5-all with Sedbergh to kick off. Of course, in sevens, if you just concede a try, you get the ball back. At odds with the 15s game where it's the other way around. Anyway, Woodhouse Grove, sorry. Set off upfield.
Over chasing defence there, something we talked about. The more astute defensive teams stay square for longer and don't worry about that, and this is how defence gets turned into attack.
And Sedbergh, well, they're turning that into attack, into a try. If that wasn't forward, then it'll be a try for Sedbergh, number 7. It was in the air for a while, but the referee has given it, so 10-5 to Sedbergh. They've temporarily weathered the storm from Woodhouse Grove.
Well, I thought Sedbergh had opened the door there to Woodhouse Grove, sorry, and just unfortunately just handling error, just enabling the turnover, and then Sedbergh doing what I said about earlier on, which is when you get the turnover, instantly moving the ball, attacking the space and finding plenty of it where Woodhouse Grove thought they were on the attack.
Well, Sedbergh is a co-educational boarding school based in Cumbria, and their school motto, translated from Latin, rudimentary, not by me actually, by Wikipedia,
Could have easily claimed that though.
is a stern nurse of men.
Interesting.
So, Woodhouse Grove looking to give their own stern test to Sedbergh here, but
Their motto there in my broken translation from somebody with not quite the education as yourself, we should see these guys not giving up.
Exactly. Well, they didn't when they were under the cosh, 5 points down, and they're now winning. So, have to see how Woodhouse Grove can respond. I'm sure that's rubbish though, Chris Cracknell. You've had the University of Life and probably the School of Hard Knocks as well.
The shoe fits.
So the referee does blow for half-time. Join us for the second half. It's an exciting matchup, really hot, well contested in the first half. And we'll be back shortly. Welcome back for the second half. Sedbergh versus Woodhouse Grove. It's 12 points to 5 to Sedbergh. Sedbergh playing in the brown and playing left to right on your screen. They've had a good season of sevens, Sedbergh, so far. They won their first tournament of the season. Had a few losses in there as well. But they remain a fine outfit, and in that first half they came back from a 5-point deficit to show their how they can pressurise in defence, and then how they can run in a few tries. That match earlier in the season, which Sedbergh contested against Woodhouse Grove, it finished 26 points to 0 to Sedbergh. So that's obviously, it doesn't look like that'll be a repeat today. Sedbergh scrum half scrambles that away, and the number 10 takes evasive action and goes around the outside. Almost got away there. Offload to the number 11 and skips out of one, dives in the corner. Really good score from Sedbergh. Improvised back play at its very best. So they stretch for the first time. They build a bit of a cushion. Sedbergh, it's 17-5 now. Conversion to come.
For both of these teams, it's they've clearly come through their previous stages quite comfortably. So it's probably the first time they've actually been tested, both of them. So I think Sedbergh obviously having a bit more pedigree and a bit more nous when it comes to the tougher stages, and Woodhouse Grove just slightly, I suppose, cracking under the pressure. As we see another knock on there by them at the restart. Good pressure from Sedbergh though at the restart, adopting a different form of tactic than we've talked about before, than kicking long, that one going short and looking for the compete, and their big number 4 from Sedbergh there obviously getting up, making a nuisance of himself, trying to turn the ball back into their advantage.
So Sedbergh, nice set piece for them. They have the whole left-hand side of the field to work with. Number 9 goes blind. That's just a bit of a teaser, now sets off. Switch in with number 6, that was very well worked. And he goes in, and Sedbergh, that could be the ceiling score for them. From a scrum on the right-hand side, he went blind, perhaps unexpectedly for Woodhouse Grove.
I think that's this is where we talked about the depth and the understanding of sevens, and the more astute teams, the Millfields, Hartbury's, Bunningtons, would understand in that situation. Your hooker in the scrum will always come out and left. It's something that's kind of ingrained in sevens history almost, that when you're defending a hooker, you're out and left. So Woodhouse Grove side there, maybe a lot having quite the tactic and the tactical nous and understanding of the game that we potentially thought they did, given their scores coming through, and just little intricate parts there that kind of play dividends to their defence in the hooker coming out and left and being able to snuff that out of the Sedbergh attack.
Yes, and they retake the ball, but they cough it up again. Knock on from Sedbergh though. Of all the teams we've seen this morning, all the 6 teams we've seen, Woodhouse Grove do come into this with less in the tank in terms of experience this season. They've only played 18 matches before this tournament, losing 7 and drawing 1. Obviously their 4 wins yesterday mean that they were certainly up for today, and you saw that in the first 5 minutes.
I think, as we discussed earlier on, it's just it's tough going into day 2 for these guys, and if they've only played 18 games, there's not a lot of sort of, I suppose, miles in the tank of understanding of sevens, and also that kind of that realisation of what it takes when you get to the latter stages of the tournament. And this is when the real pressure stage comes on. You lose this, you're into the plate. Win it, you're then on continuing the cup, and you do need experience in those environments of pressure rugby, and also that understanding of day 2 just hurts. That first 7 minutes is horrible. It's lung busting, your body's still sore from yesterday, so it's about picking yourself up, dusting yourself off, get on with it. And Sedbergh certainly have a bit more of an understanding as we see an injury on the far side there. I hope it's not a head injury. We saw a few of those yesterday. And this is something that happens when kids get fatigued, and even at the top level you get so fatigued in the latter rounds of sevens that you do start to leave yourself slightly exposed to injury and also concussion.
Well, Seb Woodhouse Grove was certainly putting in the hits down in that 22. A couple of flying tackles in there, and number 15 could have been involved in one of those. We don't know yet. So our very best thoughts with the player who is lying injured on RE1 at the moment. He's receiving medical attention, and play has pausing for the moment. So as the player is taken off, and a round of applause from everyone here at RE1, and best wishes for recovery. The action will resume shortly, and Sedberg have brought on a replacement for him. Just to remind you of the scores, it's 23 points to 5 for Sedberg. They seem to have this first elimination round sewn up after Woodhouse Grove really put them on the ropes early doors. Free kick to Woodhouse Grove. Now they'll be looking to put the test Sedberg's defence as they go around the outside. Good break from them. The young man has gone into touch though. But play on. Sedberg almost get it away, but it spills back onto the Woodhouse Grove side. And they're really going great guns now, Woodhouse Grove. Desperate to get another score in this match. Nice triple sidestep there, and makes a little break into the 22. Well shackled and really well stolen by Sedberg, but didn't take it from the mark, and they could have been off upfield and close to being under the sticks if he'd taken it from the mark, but they Woodhouse Grove defence has reset, and nice little bit of mini rugby switching in there from Sedberg, but it's worked well. And the number 8 storms upfield, unfortunately pulled back. That was a lovely move. It's good to see those set moves come into rugby, where amidst all that improvisation you've got these nice little moments that have clearly come from the training paddock and work really well.
Oh, it's brilliant to see, and that's the great thing about sevens we talked about, and you know, these lads getting exposed to different facets of the game, but also those little plays that can be implemented during the run of play as well, not actually worrying about it having to be, you know, broke off a structured position as we've got here, about using them in open play. And that's one of the great things about sevens. It gives you the space to express yourself and do that. So good to see it coming off as well, albeit with a slight forward pass.
Sedbergh may have a chance to run another little set play here. They're shaping up like it. It's that old kick it out to touch set play that they do. Well, that will be the victory, and well deserved too. It was the most tightly contested of the matches on the pitch today, on the main pitch. 23-5 it has finished. Sedbergh go through to the Open quarterfinals pools, and they will be back in action at 12:20. Woodhouse Grove will be also back in action at 12:20 in the Plate quarterfinals pools. For us on the live stream, sponsored by Serious Stuff, we will be back in action ourselves very shortly after a quick break. I do apologise, we'll be back in action in 20 minutes, but it will be a very quick 20 minutes. Join us shortly. Well, welcome back everybody to the live stream of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. We've had the morning's run and we're now through to the quarter-final pool stages. The next matchup we have is Millfield, the reigning champions of course, and Millfield are playing against Merchiston Castle. They'll be starting in a moment, and I'm delighted to be joined by former England Sevens captain Chris Cracknell alongside me. Chris, there was a bit of a do last night down at Rosslyn Park, is that right? I think you were on stage with Andrew Cotter and Mike Brown.
I was indeed, yeah. A bit of a do makes it sound a bit of an odd phrase, but yeah, no, it was certainly a great event down at the Rosslyn Park Rugby Club there, all in aid of a bit of charity, and also getting together with HSBC sponsors and talking about Six Nations with Mike Brown, and also this upcoming Hong Kong Sevens this weekend, which I believe has started about 4 or 5 hours ago in the early hours of the morning here. But Hong Kong Sevens certainly coming to light this weekend, and as we cast an eye over this week, there'll certainly be some stars of the future that we've seen play here that will no doubt grace that field in Sokompo as well.
Yes, in terms of playing numbers and in terms of kudos, you couldn't really have a bigger day for Sevens throughout the year, could you? I mean, Hong Kong Sevens and the Rosslyn Park Sevens together, it's pretty good.
I think together it'd be closing in on about 100,000, maybe more spectators, and Christ, I think probably nearly 8,500 to nearly 9,000 competitors. So you know, it's fantastic to see the growth of the sport. Obviously, Olympic inclusion has helped that, but also it's fantastic that companies such as HSBC is supporting it. It's such a great commodity, as big as stage as Hong Kong, and as well as down to something with a school preparation such as the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Series. So it's been a fantastic week here, 5 days of action-packed rugby, and it's almost a shame that it's coming to an end. I think my voice is probably happy about it, but it's going to be a great shame to wake up tomorrow and not see such exciting rugby.
Yes, very privileged position, obviously being an HSBC ambassador, but it's tough work.
Yeah, well, it's been a fantastic week. I wouldn't change it for the world. It's been brilliant. So, just enjoying the final stages of this competition, and Millfield on the attack.
We should explain that although this is the quarter-final stage, it is a quarter-final pool stage. So, each side plays 3 matches, and then the winner of those quarter-final pool groups will then go into the semi-finals. So, it's not quite knockout rugby, but you better approach it like that, otherwise you may end up going home earlier than you'd like. Anyway, Millfield start well. Rangy running from the young man down here, and he gets away. It's the first score to the reigning champions.
Oh, great support there. Awesome break by the number 8 from Millfield, but also great support by the number 12. Just the tracking on his inside shoulder in case the defender came across to make the tackle. Showing what patience they do have, this Millfield side. Talked about it earlier on. Teams looking to kick long. Now the conditions have changed and the pitches are slightly wet underfoot. Trying to pressurise Millfield into a turnover, but them not panicking at all there and just moving the ball to space nicely, keeping the ball alive, and then making a fantastic break down this near touchline.
Yes, it was a long old run, lung-busting run for the number 8, and he's running up slowly to retake this ball. And Millfield do knock it on.
Certainly not what you want. This will be opening stages of the day. I think it's 5 games for them today if they make it through to the final. Correct me if I'm wrong. But certainly want to conserve as much energy as possible and take a bit of time at this scrum maybe to conserve a bit there.
Yes, so we'll see now what Merchiston College can offer in attack. If they can win this scrum, they do. Oh, great break upfield. Shrugs off the Millfield defender. Now tries to burn him out round the outside. Good support from 7. The scrum-hatted number 7 offloads back to the man who made the break. And now goes up the blind side. Good eyes from him. Realise it's a blind alley though.
Intelligently stretching the Millfield defence as well.
Now, excellent play there, link play. Now they have a real chance here. Can they get back on equal terms? Delayed pass. Number 12 tried to step out of the tackle there. And the number 9 dives in. And the ball just was knocked out of his hands. into touch. Fine length of the field move though from Marcheston Castle.
Well, we haven't actually seen that very often against this Millfield outfit, them broken down that easily. Great footwork, great awareness that the defender had drifted off him. Unfortunately not having the pace to go all the way, but also great support and a great field position for them now. They need to really put Millfield under a lot of pressure and then put them under the cosh on their own try line.
Well, they did recover well then, Millfield. Just in that tackle, they knocked the ball out of its possession, so it's a scrum instead of a line out. And they'll probably prefer that.
It seems an odd thing to say, but actions such like that in defence, where you've worked back, worked hard, worked tirelessly, really sort of galvanise you as a team and give everyone a lift. And you watch it in 15s, a big hit every now and then. In 7s, it's often the guys working back tirelessly to make a try-saving tackle that really lift you.
Well, Milford, that was perfect response. They just booted it downfield and sent off the runner to dot it down in the corner. Marcheston College, after almost being on equal terms, are now 12 points down. That can happen against Millfield. They strike in an instant.
Well, up here in the serious stuff box, the owner, Donny, just commentating on what a fantastic pickup. Unfortunately, he reckons his hamstrings wouldn't have lasted so much to to make it the full length of the field, let alone make such a fantastic pickup. Good virtues of being youthful, I suppose.
Yes, of course, all these players, in order to be eligible, in order to be qualified to play in the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, you need to be 18 before the 31st of August, so it's distinctly possible some players could be 19, but 18 to 19 will be the majority age. Some youngsters at 17 as well, no doubt. They may even go younger than that, who knows. Millfield again on the attack. Number 15 burns the last defender easily. And they have their third try. Millfield in cruise control now.
Yeah, they certainly don't look to be under the pressure that we thought they might have been up the other end of the field. Again, easing through the defence. Great intelligent play by Millfield, keeping the ball alive, attacking the space, and when they need to, pinning their ears back to run the length.
Lung-busting length of field tries, Chris.
I avoided
did you ever
them
do one
at all cost. Pick and go specialist, mate.
Make the initial break and then pass it off to the flying winger.
Not even that. Hit a breakdown so it looks like you're doing something, and then let someone else run the length.
There you go, the tricks of the trade. Faking it by the England Sevens captain.
I was more of a try-assist man. More of a creating space for others was how I tried to sell it anyway.
Well, you can't pull the wool over my eyes. I was watched your show reel last night on YouTube, and I know you did the hard graft at some stage in your career.
Yeah.
Marcheston Castle doing some hard graft themselves, trying to get the ball away from Millfield. But they're well shackled. The Millfield defence is so organised, and although it looked like a 3-on-1 overlap for a second, there was no space after that second had gone.
Indecision creeping in the Castle attack there. Need to use the width. This is more like it. Get it to that man with the feet. Good defence from Millfield. Just continually pressing. And Castle aren't making any decision in attack. They're just pressing up, taking their space. Overcommitting at the breakdown there from Millfield. Just looking to maybe make one too many turnovers. Not picking their battles wisely.
Knock on by Castle, and Millfield will have a scrum just inside Castle's 10-metre line in the centre of the pitch. It's the centre of the pitch which is remarkably looking very good considering all the rain that's had yesterday. Chris, you obviously were commentating throughout that with my colleague Nick.
Fit for bog snorkeling yesterday, I think. No, it's credit to the groundsmen here. They've marked the pitches every night, and they've managed to keep, after some pretty horrendous weather, everything looking sharp and able to have some free-flowing running rugby on it. So credit to them.
Well, the groundsmen here were out at 8 AM flattening the pitch and picking off the extra mud heaps that were left. He's done a fantastic job. It's not just this pitch, of course, RE1, the main pitch. There are 23 pitches overall, and they're all still looking on the final day splendid. And when by all rights, it should look like the second week at Wimbledon, a little bit trodden down.
It's fantastic. They're certainly getting some wear and tear over the course of the week. The amount of rugby we've had played. There's 3 fields in total here down in southwest London, and it's been a fantastic week of rugby from all ages and also sexes. It's been brilliant to see a girls competition going on, which finishes today as well. So much rugby being played here in southwest London. It's fantastic to see.
That's exactly well. As we come to half time, a little bit of a scrappy end to that half, but it's ended with Millfield fully in control, 17 points to 0. Merchiston Castle got it all to do in the second half. Welcome back to the second half. Millfield have just kicked off. They lead 17-0 over Merchiston Castle in the first group game of the quarter-final pool stages. They have 2 more games after this, so there's not quite knockout rugby yet. But Milford have started very well. They started well early this morning, beating Kirkham Grammar School 24 points to 12. And they haven't really had to get out of third gear yet. Kirkham did push them at times and took them on up front. Yesterday as well, they were challenged physically and at times looked like any other side in this tournament. They were on the ropes and they were having to defend and dropping off tackles, but when they have the ball in their hands, they look like they could take on anyone in the world. As I say that, of course, the ball goes to ground and it's a turnover. Merchiston Castle have the ball. I'll put that down as their first error of the day. Nice old school maul down in the right hand side of the pitch, and Merchiston will have the scrum. Fantastic day here down at the Richardson Evans pitches. Close to Wimbledon. If you're eyeing up a half day at work, why not come down here and join us? The Open finals will be on later this afternoon, and as well as the girls, 2 different girls titles will also be up for grabs. We will be sticking with the Open tournament ourselves. As Merchiston Castle, well, a player dances out of one tackle. That was very nifty. Millfield now have a chance to get the first score in the second half. Puts it a fend and dances up the touchline. Try given. And that sailed through right from the left-hand touchline. Great kick from Millfield, taking the score then to 24 points to zip. It was an excellent change of pace, wasn't it, from the Millfield player? Threw the defender off and went over in the corner. Marcheston don't take the restart. Millfield reset. So a little handling error there. Millfield, of course, a school of around 1,200 pupils. And they have coming up to around 18, I believe exactly 18 rugby coaches. It's a very impressive school for sport. Not just rugby, but a whole multitude of sports as well. Oh, excellent interception there. It could be another score for Millfield, it will be. Good play, they put the pressure on, pincer movement almost from the outside in, and then when that pass was thrown, it was an easy interception and a nice offload. Hanging kickoff from Millfield as they lead Marcheston Castle now by 31 points to 0. Marcheston have the ball. Millfield did nil 3 teams yesterday in their group stages. They do take an enormous pride in shutting out an opposition. So any try against them is one to savour, really. When you look at defence like that, clattering in on Marcheston, great play. And they've turned it over again. All a bit narrow, the Millfield boys, as they try and work an attacking position from great defence, and that's a really nice couple of steps and a jink. 10 puts boots to ball and says, we've had enough of this, lads. But it's working out quite well as Marcheston lay on it. Millfield dived on it illegally.
Millfield just started to look a little bit disinterested in this encounter. I'm amazed at the kick and then their defensive structure behind it. I mean, okay, they've now got back into their shape, but they kicked the ball long and it was almost like, oh well, this game's over. Hit and hope, and you know, it's turned into the good for them looking at another score, but they're just starting to look a little bit lacklustre, a little bit fatigued, a little bit tired, and you know, there's a lot to play for still in this tournament. You can't let those things creep in, even in a game that you think is sewn up and gone to bed.
Buddy, have a go! You need to have a go!
$38-0 then. Yes, is there any case to be had for conserving your energy in that situation though, when you have got a match sewn up, or?
There is, yeah, but that's down to the coaches really to bring off people who he sees as key players. You know, it's the whole idea of Sevens is it is you know, that tournament over 2 days, lots of competition, lots of games, so you've got to be fit to mix it, and the coach has got to understand what his players can be put through and what they can't be put through. So, you know, there is no such thing as respite in Sevens. Take that in between games. So if that's their attitude, it certainly won't pay them good to all the way through to the final, because then it creeps in. That's when you start to lose games.
Well, they may have been listening to you, Chris. Starting to look a little bit more lively as they step through a couple of tackles and get another score.
Yep, definitely sprung to life. They must be listening into what we're saying.
Very wise. Well, just below us we have Wellington College, who, when you look at tournaments like this before them, you kind of think, well, it might end up as a Millfield-Wellington final. They've both got such a heritage in this competition, and they're just gathering just beneath our stand here, looking good for the next match. And they will be on shortly after this. So, well, as it draws to an end, it's a comprehensive victory for Millfield. Great start to them for the quarter-final pool stages. We'll be speaking to one of the boys soon. So for Marchton College, they stuck at it and they came up short. But they'll have other matches to prove their worth again. And we quickly move on to the next game, which is Hartpury College versus Wellington College. Welcome back. Wellington College are about to kick off against Hartpury in this quarter-final pool stage game. Hartpury College had a very convincing win in their first elimination round earlier today, and they started really well. Nice handoff and burning his way towards the line. Actually may go all the way. Great start from Hartpury. Excellent tackle, number 5 from Wellington, and now he's come up with the ball. Infringement at the ruck though, so Hartpury, great burst, and they may have an opportunity to get the first try. Their captain, good offload and gives it to number 16, who gets over in the corner. Simple hands and good start for Hartpury. Wellington College didn't look so awake in that set, but it was a very fast start from the Gloucester College. They have a touchline conversion to make it a 7-pointer.
Certainly something that Wellington won't be used to. For a few tournaments this year, and they've certainly flown through them at ease. So Hartpury, more professional outfit. Wellington certainly pretty much a professional outfit. Berkshire School. Interesting encounter this one. Certainly going to go down to the wire.
That kickoff wasn't so smart though, and Wellington retake the ball and have their first chance to show what they can do on the main pitch today. RE1. They use the full width of it as well. Just sort of boxing, shadow boxing at the moment a little bit, aren't they? Working down the right hand side, now the left, but now they show their cards. Aggressive run down the right, but the ball has gone out off their Hartpury boot.
Just the indecision in the offload. I mean, there was no need for it. They'd made the yardage, yes, okay, his support was in behind him, but not necessarily around the ball or near the ball, making the offload easy. So from Wellington's perspective, not trying to panic too soon, should have just taken the breakdown then, and they could have moved it again. They already had Hartpury on the back foot, so unnecessary offload decision.
That's a nice line out there. That was smart thinking. Switching on the end, ball goes to ground. Hartpury stab it through. Yeah, so despite that line out looking good, a little breakdown on the left wing. Wellington College, they did triumph earlier in the season in the Surrey Sevens, beating Millfield in the final no less, so this team has serious calibre. But it's Hartpury who have the ball and the better looking structure at the moment. Nice offload out the back. He lines up the middle. Nice short pass away and a good step. That's really good play. They've worked an angle, but he came back. Perhaps he should have gone to the right there, where he had numbers, and they do still get the penalty. And move into the 22. Slipping, but still offloading. Within inches now, actually, of Wellington's line. Penalty Wellington. Good defence from them. Hartpury had a very languid running style about them, and perhaps a little bit more urgency towards the line, and then have their second score, but instead it's Wellington who get 10 extra metres and the ball. Chris, we talked about sides, some of the sides potentially not having as many games in the tank as their opposition. Hartpury taking the opposite angle. They've had a very slimmed down beginning before this tournament, and at the moment, you know, as we talked about needing to look fresh on the second day, they certainly look like that.
They do. They certainly have a fit side. I mean, pretty much a full-time outfit down at the college. There is a ACES program, and you know they go to Hartpury College to learn primarily their trade with this. In this case, of these lads, it is rugby. So they'll certainly be match fit, so to speak. I'm just not sure how much sevens experience they've got this year. However, you know they are certainly putting a well-experienced and well-drilled Wellington team under a lot of pressure at the moment. So it's definitely one of the best matchups we've had to date in terms of established school and established rugby program. So it's definitely going to be a tough encounter. It's definitely going to be worthy of a semi-final or a final.
Yes, and Hartpury actually, they may have that added motivation of having been beaten twice by Millfield this season already, so they're determined, whatever mistakes they made in those games, trying to avoid them this time, and certainly doing a good job of it. Now the captain for Hartpury looks to take the ball up to the line and now shows his hand, cuts inside. Slender fella, but that was a powerful run, and now Wellington do shut it down. Good play from them, but desperate play. It's all Hartpury.
Hartpury definitely having the lion's share of the possession. Wellington, good defence there. We talked about it earlier on, how defence can galvanise a team and really kind of put you on the front foot. Certainly great defence there to put the Hartpury attack into touch. And now it's an opportunity for Wellington to build again. They want to keep ball, keep possession, and work their way up the field and build a score.
How difficult is it, Chris, when you're on your own 5 metre line, to play your normal patterns and not worry where you are on the pitch?
I think that's part of the game. Sevens, you've got to make sure that you don't worry about where you are on the field, and you're patient and you don't panic. We talked about that with Millfield. They look like they've got time on the ball, not necessarily worrying about the area of the field, just getting your pattern in play. And we see a often underused tactic in sevens, and one that I'm not a particularly big fan of, which is the kick. But obviously Wellington wanted to relieve a little bit of pressure and kick upfield and take half time.
Yes, so that does conclude the half, and it's solitary score in this. It's 5-0 to Hartpury. Join us shortly for the second half. Second half is about to start here. Hartpury in the red are leading Wellington College from Berkshire by 5 points to 0. Hartpury looked the more polished outfit in the first half. Wellington have started well there, taking a good high kick-off. That was lovely feet there from the right winger. Now good offload, it's a one-on-one. The ground just falls from underneath him from the number 13. Hartpury have the chance to regather.
That's what we talk about, that support being a little bit closer to the ball makes the offload so much easier.
Also the value of that 6-and-1 defensive pattern. But now Wellington go through their strides, and that was a low percentage offload that went to hand.
See Hartpury now have 7 up as well. Everyone's in the line.
Wellington taking it right to the left wing and spinning inside the hooker. Number 4 had to check, and that gave Hartpury the time to come up in midfield. And the offload goes to ground again. Wellington play on. Referee opens his arms. It's still their ball. Now they have a chance out wide. 2-on-1. Wellington head for the corner. Hartpury come across, but they do step inside and dive for the line. Number 2, well played.
About to criticise the Wellington player there. You know, such basic fundamental of the game is carrying the ball in 2 hands, and that needless one-handed offload, already broken through the tackle. 2 hands back on the ball, make the proper pass rather than just lolling it up there. But fortunately, rugby ball not being round and being odd shaped, it bounced favourably for them and still managed to keep the ball alive and possession and go over in the corner.
I'm just doing information right now. What's up? Please. I've been told I need to go to the van.
Has a thrash at it with the left boot, but doesn't go near the post, so it will remain at 5-0. 5-all, sorry. Wellington finally come to the party. Wellington, of course, have beaten Hartpury twice this season, twice in this 7th season already. Hartpury tried to work a clever angle down in the left-hand corner, but Wellington break away. Foot in touch, though. That could have been the second score in a minute for Wellington. Hartpury there, they went down a bit of a blind alley, and Wellington have now sorted out their defensive pattern, and that was well marshalled by them.
Well, we talk about shifting the ball and the point of attack in 7s, and Wellington, fantastic work rate at the breakdown there to turn the ball over. I feel it should have just moved the ball wide. Didn't necessarily need to go again round that short side where there wasn't that much room. You know, that's the virtue of having a bit more patience on the ball and thinking, right, do we need to attack here? Let's take the opportunity to take our time to build the score, move the ball.
Hartpury,
you see it there again. They're under pressure now. Yeah. Hartpury, tide's turning slightly. Hartpury 10 there, just thinking, oh, I'll run up the short side, and didn't need to do it, just use the field. There's all this space out here on the near side towards the touchline where we're based, and they're not using it at the moment. Everyone's playing in a very, very short frame, for a short sort of area of the park.
But Wellington did dilly-dally too much there with the ball. And it's a free kick. Hartpury, now the number 10, who took the ball back blind and got bundled into touch, goes up through the middle. Half break. Wellington was sharp to it though and forced a knock on. They're trying to break out Hartpury, they're doing their best, and in the first half it was working. Wellington have really battened down the hatches. Free kick Wellington. Well, they look to take it quickly. Some canny work there from the Hartpury forwards, just not deliberately treading on the ball, of course, but it slowed Wellington down. Wide pass from number 13.
Sublime pass.
Man very well. And Wellington could lead to a try. Ruck on the far left-hand side. They have numbers over on this way.
Hands.
2-on-1, sells the dummy and crashes over. Second try of the game for the hooker.
And that's the Wellington we're more like you're used to seeing over the previous 2 days. They're moving the ball using the full width. We talked about it earlier on. It's so crucial. Once you've made that inroad in behind a team, you then spin the point of attack to the other side of the field, immediately putting the defence under the cosh.
No luck with the conversion, so it stays at 10-5. What you can say about Hartpury's defence, though, Chris, is that they make it difficult for you to score. They make you make a decision. They don't make it easy. They don't take dummies. You've really got to sell it yourself.
This is when you get to the latter stage of these tournaments. So you've got to remember that we are talking about schoolboy rugby here, but you know, once you get to the latter stages, these teams are far better drilled, far more understanding of the game itself. And that's when that margin for error becomes so important. You make one error and it could cost you the game. And that's, the pressure situation there'll be. Whether you compare it to Hong Kong this weekend or here at Rosslyn Park, it's the same thing across the board. And it's about these young men understanding that and that error rate reducing right down to them making it the next step up.
Penalty Wellington. Must have been a good team talk at half-time, I think, Chris, from the Wellington coach and captain.
Yeah, I think they're probably just drifted into the game slightly and they're now starting to pull their socks up, do the right things, and now just taking what I think is an intelligent tactic in sevens, just to put a bit more pressure on Hartpury. Look at the area of the field that they're on. Yeah, okay, sevens can be turned on its head in an instant, but they're back in their line out and they're back in securing possession, and they've got a gas man on the wing here. Let's see if they feed him early with the possession off the line out.
Line out's not straight though, so the first part means the gas man won't get his chance this time.
Nope, he won't be seeing the ball. But Hartpury now having an opportune moment, get themselves back into this fixture. Yes, they're under pressure on their line, but they need to make sure they use the full width of the field in attack, not cut back down the short side as we've seen them do a few times now.
Nice dive pass from Hartpury scrum half. But he's met by, the winger's met by 4 Wellington boys. And they look to have won the turnover. They have won the turnover. Kicks the ball off. Throw of the arms in the air for Wellington. That meant a lot to them coming back from 5-0 down to take the victory against Hartpury. Their third victory against Hartpury this season, no less. So good start to the quarter-final pool stages for Wellington. Now our next match will be between Sebba and Kimoid. But just to round this one off, 10-5 to Wellington against Hartpury in the BB group games, if you're one for following the maths and where teams lie in the tables. We are, so we'll be keeping you informed. But anyway, next up, Sebba versus Kimoid.
About to get underway at the 12-20 matches on RE5 at Rosslyn versus HSBC, on RE6 like Vale Community College versus Sweden to a title, on RE7 Gower College versus Christ, with the 12-20 matches have been underway.
We should be about to have a Interview between Chris Cracknell and the Wellington captain.
Wilson, captain of Wellington. It's Will Wilson, captain of Wellington.
I'm here with Will Wilson, captain of Wellington College. Will, congratulations. Bit of a tough encounter that for you. Bit of a step up from Surrey last week. Certainly pushed you hard there, Hartbury.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's difficult because there are so many different types of 7-style. Hartbury beat us up a little bit in the first half, but I think we managed to play to our strengths a lot more in the second. Their defences were through, so hoping that we can regroup and hold on to bigger challenges to come.
Yeah, it certainly makes it tough. 2-day tournament as well. Moving forward, what are you guys going to look at to build on that win? Yeah, really did push you close there. But what do you think you guys need to regroup? I suppose pinpoint as the points you need to work.
I think first up tackles are a big one. Yeah, I know I messed up myself, but that's right. It's just identifying the opposition's strengths and trying to limit them while at the same time playing to us. I think it's a big thing for us. So I'm excited. It's going to be a good day.
Definitely. Well, best of luck. Certainly, good luck in the next round.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks, mate.
No worries.
Welcome back to the third match of the quarter-final pool stages in the Open Tournament at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. We have in the Be Safe Be Seen shirts Kimoid, and I apologise if those are traditional colours, but they are also very high vis. Sebba in the brown and yellow have the ball. They had a tough old fixture only about 40 minutes ago, Sebba, where they came from behind and showed some class in doing so as well. And Sebba really on the attack. Kimoid marshalling them well so far though, but he gets down the left-hand side and this could be the opening score. Good tackle, almost a good tackle. He stepped out of it. Number 6 got a powerful set of legs on him and a good fend.
Support was there, but he didn't need him. Great strength, great power as well. Good opening score from Sedba, certainly not as lacklustre as their opening few minutes in their previous encounter. So obviously now they've got that first win out of the way, they're now building nicely. And, see how they go the rest of this game.
Fine effort, but just went to the right. So 5-0 to Sebba. Very sharp start from them. Have perhaps learnt or been told to start sharply after going 5-0 down in their first game today. Kimoid will be looking to get their hands on the ball and just run it through the hands, see if they can see how it feels.
Leave it!
So Kimoid, their line out. Got up well, and they get the ball away. Nice move in the centre of the park, and the hooker who threw it in is now up over halfway, chipping it through as well. Sebba regather and set off themselves. That was a nice step. I think that was the chap we likened to James Simpson-Daniel in the first game, Chris. There's a lot of them who have a handy step in the Sebba side, though.
Yeah, they're certainly bags of talent, pace.
Oh, excellent anticipation, though, from Kimoid. And they could get their own back here and level things up. First real chance for them. And they will go in. That was really quick hands off the floor from Kimoid. 5-all.
We saw it in the previous encounter between Wellington and Hartbury. Now we're seeing it creep into Sedbergh's game as well. Just that offload selection, not necessarily needing it, and also the kick going in earlier on. Just silly little things when you get into these pressure games that teams often try things that not necessarily aren't on, and that is when you get to these later rounds when they prove so crucial.
So we don't think the kick went over there. Keeping the scores level at 5-all. Sebra, of course, have won this tournament in the past. Well into the past as well. Their history is as long as it is good. Being pursued by Kimoid, but he got out of that and now shows his gas. Really good pace from a standing position. He took the ball left, took on two Kimoid players, and is now under the sticks. (12-5) to Sebba. It's a fantastic game, sevens, Chris, isn't it? When you score under the posts on the pitch, on the main pitch at the Rosslyn Park Sevens, and also walk back and you feel good about life.
Yeah, it does, especially when the weather's like it is today. It was chucking down with rain yesterday, maybe not so much, but no, it's definitely a good feeling. That's one of the great things about sevens, is giving you that opportunity to run freely in open space, and certainly boost the confidence of these young rugby players that we're seeing before us.
Yes, we all know that yourself and my colleague Nick Heath put in a shift yesterday, having this tent over us, and
so far it's not needed today, he says.
Yeah, long may it hold. Kimoid set off upfield, taking the direct route. Nice dummy there. Takes on the fullback. The try scorer, number 10 for Sebba, who just scored, does take him down though. Now Kimoid are actually well marshalled down that right wing. Just a little knock on there from the ruck. Sebra put the pressure on there, and when the ball is on the ground like that, that's a good opportunity to try and get your hands on it. Penalty Sebra now, perhaps not retreating quickly enough from Kimoid.
Sebra certainly are more astute with their ball in hand and not giving away possession too easily. Certainly their support lines are a lot better.
Sebra, of course, won this tournament in 2013, and they're looking good nick here. That was a lovely cut inside from the big man and a basketball style offload to get another try. He's actually the man who just recently crossed for Sedbergh as well, who converts it.
Camoyd's defence, just as we go into half-time, just capitulating a little bit, not necessarily sticking to the game plan, and it's allowing Sedbergh plenty of advantage.
So 19-5 at half-time. Join us for the second half.
Talked yesterday about unity at half-time, and you can just see here the difference in the two sides. Sedbergh being very tight in, everyone gathered around their coach listening to their words. In contrast, everyone a little bit all over the place with the Camoyd set up, maybe licking their wounds a little bit, maybe a little bit unsure, and you just see in the body language, one confident, one not so.
Yes, there's different styles of huddles on display here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. We've seen the kneel huddle, we've seen the tight huddle, and the languid huddle, which I'm a fan of personally, but perhaps that's why I didn't ever win this tournament.
I think it's just you can tell a lot from the body language, and you can see Sedbergh confident in their defence, pushing up. And I think Millfield, who we've seen, are also quite a tight outfit, and Wellington. Just once you get to these latter stages, those little things start to creep in, and you start to take a lot from your opposition as to whether they're mentally up or mentally down for an encounter.
There's a certain amount of clairvoyance going on in anticipating what signs mean.
Using these fancy words again.
Actually, I think I've used that wrongly. Clairvoyance is not what I've just said it is.
Just keep saying it enough, eventually it'll come right.
Yeah. That's how language works, isn't it? And if you are coming down today later in the afternoon, do take a full stroll around the grounds here. Many different stands on display. We've got sponsors of the live stream Serious Stuff have their own stall here, and eTeach as well. Many different types of food as well, which I'm looking forward to sampling a little bit later. In the HSBC tent, you can also participate in a competition to win an England 7 signed shirt. Do you know if your name's on that signed shirt, Chris?
That is a good question. Very good question.
I would hope so. I think it's from last season.
If it's from last season, then it will be, yeah. It'll be something that resembles a couple of lines and a squiggle. That'll be my signature.
As we see Camoyd, that's an excellent breakout. And they're right back in it here, Camoyd.
One back. 10-5, boys, let's go.
Good start to the second half for them as Sedbergh coughed up that opportunity.
Head up, Carl, head up, Carl. Let's get under this, oh, let's get under it. Come on. I don't know why you got.
Come on, Sedbergh!
Carl. Go on.
As we can see, he left the defence standing and took that quick penalty, actually, rather than Sedbergh having coughed it up. And Sedbergh did well there to make the conversion difficult for Camoyd. We've seen it all week, actually. It's a crucial aspect of the game. But Camoyd are on the attack again. Oh, good interception from Sebba's number 7. He's up down the left wing. Can he go all the way? Pins his ears back and puts in a fend. Doesn't manage to get the offload away. It would have been a one-handed one. He chose not to throw it. Sebba's supporting backs a little bit behind the gain line, so they have to reset, but it's their rangy number 10 who just goes around the outside and goes in under the post. Really good response from them. From Kimoy, they could have been drawing things leveler about 20 seconds ago, but that's, as they say in sevens, that's all it takes to score a try.
And that's one of the virtues of moving the ball, moving the point of attack. Sebra turning the game on its head, obviously getting in behind the defence, and then just moving the ball wide. Good nous, an intelligent play there, just to spread the ball, give it to number 10, obviously flight to foot, ghosting around the outside to score under the post.
So that restores Sebba's cushion. It's now 26 points to 10. Really energetic couple of minutes. Excellent try from Kimoid, followed up by an even better one from Sebba. They go deep with the kickoff to make Kimoid have to run it back from their own 22, which they do gleefully. Stepping out of one, showing a good turn of pace there, and now he has a clear run to the line if he steps out of that, which he does. Kimoid right back in this.
Let's go! Let's go! Break the weight, Kurt!
I feel they might have left it a little bit too late, but they're certainly starting to hit their straps now.
Hurry up, boys! Let's go, Pat!
Not successful with the conversion, however. So 26 points to 15. Still 11 points behind. That's a difficult gap to bridge, but there's time to play. Now, what can the number 10 do? He's already scored a couple of tries today through out-and-out pace. Kimoid all over that, the breakdown.
Outstanding bit of individual skill there to make the tackle, get up, release, and get back over the ball. Brilliant work at the breakdown.
Can they turn it into a 5-pointer or a 7-pointer? That's what they need, really. Play on, says the referee. Ball went backwards off a Sebba hand, but no advantage. Perhaps the most tit-for-tat game we've seen so far today, Chris.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely been end-to-end stuff, and there's been not a lot of work at the breakdown. It's been quite open and free-flowing, lots of offloads going astray, but Sebba certainly having the advantage, although their tactics just leaving them slightly there, and it's a bit of an odd thing to do. They could have closed the game out, I think, if they'd have moved the ball wide here. Their wing has certainly been free running in previous encounters, so odd decision to scoot down the short side.
Easy and well-worked line-out from Kimoid, and they turn blind. Now they give it up to the backs. High-tempo play there from the number 10. But he has the ball ripped off him brilliantly by Sebra's loose forwards. And Sebra's number 10 kicks it forward and looks to regather. It's a nasty bobbler, but the footballing skill comes into and he recollects and dives over. Fantastic individual try.
Well, I've criticised kicking, but with the 7-up attack, with the 7-up defence there, space being out the back and a good decision to kick, and enough skill and ability to control the ball and score in the corner. I think that definitely closes off this encounter.
Yes, and Sebra go over the 30-point mark. To round off the game, so it does end 31 points to 15 in Sebra's favour. Kimoid looked like they may push Sebra all the way, and even at times they were outplaying them. A few errors let them down just at the end, but a valiant first game on RE1 for them. You have to say, as we look at the replay, it was really good football skill from the Sebra man. But our next match is already moving into position as Millfield come on the pitch against their Welsh opponents, Coleg Cigar. Coleg Cigar versus Millfield is the match on RE1, which we are about to watch. Coleg Cigar from Wales, this against Millfield, and this is the match in the AA group of the quarter-final pool stage. As Coleg Cigar kick off, we will go shortly, just as this match is in its infancy, we'll go shortly to an interview with Shane Geraghty, London Irish playmaker, and also a handful of England caps as well.
I'm here with Shane Geraghty, former England and now London Irish. How are you enjoying the day?
Yeah, brilliant. Just come down to see how the school's getting on. London Irish have got a team down here as well, and the sun's out.
Bit of talent spotting for London Irish, or are you mainly just down here to support and enjoy the 70s?
Probably a bit of both. You can see all the academy managers on the sideline. Nick Kennedy, Paul Hodgson, Becky Dunn, down from London Irish today. I'm sure they're going to have their eyes peeled for any future talent. A lot of talent has come through this one over the years. Colston's, Millfield, Wellington, very well as well. It's great to come down and support
Yourself, what experience in 70s?
You got played in the competition and got a memory that you'd like to relive, or you just want to forget playing sevens maybe?
Yeah, maybe forget playing sevens. No, it's a great game. I was lucky to be involved in the England sevens back in the day. Did all the training, all the fitness testings. So I've got memories of mainly all the training, to be honest. But it's great to come down and see all the players I've played against. A lot of them have gone on to coach teams. Mike Baxter's down at Millfield now. We've got a lot of friends still involved in the tournament. So it's great not only to come down and watch the rugby, but to see some old friends within the game.
And your own personal experience of playing here?
Yeah, good memories, very good memories. Although I think we normally come off the wrong end of a loss against someone like Millfield, unfortunately. But we used to get them in the 15s game, but sevens they normally had one up on us. So I think they're still going strong, Millfield. So they're probably one of the favourites today.
What about your take on rugby sevens and tournaments like this for grassroots rugby, and also it being, I suppose, a talent pool of players for the future of the game?
Yeah, it's outstanding. It's obviously such a big tournament, a lot of history. It's a very fast game. There's no hiding places for any of the players, so it's a good change. Now the pitches are hardening up. People get to come down. The stands are put up. Parents get to come out and watch it. The academy coaches get down to come and scan their eye over it. So you get to test yourself against the best. In England. Around Great Britain. So it's a brilliant competition and well supported. So I'm really happy to be down here.
Good. Let's talk London Irish for a minute. How's your season going? What's the plan for the rest of the season, and obviously next year? A big year after, I suppose, a year of change. I know, speaking to Declan and Paul the other day, they're sort of talking about this year about re-embedding things and building towards next year. So what are the plans, and how are you going to sort of, I suppose, finish the season on a high?
Yeah, well, first of all, we've got our St Patrick's Day game tomorrow. So that's obviously a massive event for London Irish and the history that it's got. So I think we've got maybe 19,000 coming down tomorrow to Reading. So that'll be a cracking game against Newcastle. Next weekend we've got the quarterfinals of the European Cup to look forward to. which again is probably the biggest game the club's had in maybe 4 or 5 years. So that's pretty much our season over the next couple of weeks really. We win that, we get a home semi-final, so a massive couple of weeks for us. In the league we've not done so well, and like you said, we're maybe looking towards next year a bit, or certainly the people off the field are planning for next year. They've brought in a very good coaching team, got some very good players signed up, British Lion, Sean Maitland, Ben Franks, 40 cap All Blacks. So yeah, there's a lot to look forward to, but this season's not quite done yet.
So certainly a club that's building for the future, especially with the likes of Paul Hodgson, etc., that you've brought in to run the academy structure. So future's bright for London Irish. You'd agree with that, I'd say?
Yeah, definitely. I think the people running it now, the people that bought it, and they've got the right people in place running the club, and you can see how they've recruited in terms of the academy. They're bringing back legends of the game for London Irish. Paul Hodgson, Declan, and Nick Kennedy, like you mentioned. If I'd have had that coming through in the academy, it would have been. These boys are very lucky to have such outstanding people to look up to and learn off. And it's they've also got Billy Clark and Giselle there as well, so looking after the ace. So it's a great setup. We've got Tom Coventry and his team coming in next year. So the future's bright. We certainly want to make a big improvement on our performances this year. We want to climb the table and continue doing well in Europe.
Certainly fantastic. Well, best of luck in your quarter-final and the rest of the season at London Irish. Cheers.
The words of Shane Geraghty there in an interview with Chris Cracknell. The action on the main pitch has been fast and furious. During that, it's now 7-5 to Millfield. Coleg Cigar scoring the first try. Really good effort from the big man, just dancing down. Well, not quite dancing, but ending up in the corner, and then Millfield hit back brilliantly as well, ghosting through and almost as if the defence wasn't there. Millfield set off and get pulled back. But Millfield not used to conceding the first try in any match. They responded well, but Coleg Cigar came out of the blocks really aggressively and with great organisation. And this lad, well, he's gone through again. It's a fine break. Slows down, puts the brakes on, but only to try and find his support. Probably should have given it a tad earlier. Millfield still have it. But they're caged in on this left-hand side. There's nowhere really to go. And Coleg Cigar wrap him up really well. I think once Chris Cracknell gets back in the commentary box, he'll be purring at that. That was really aggressive defence, and they managed to convince Millfield to go down a blind alley and then bundle them into touch. Millfield don't contest the line out, so Coleg Cigar have time to work, and the big number 10 puts in a nice fend and doesn't quite get away. Good dummy from 6. Number 14 sets off upfield, and that's aggressive leg drive. You get the sense that if you are going to beat Millfield, even if you're actually going to score against Millfield, you can't just come up with a lucky one. You're going to have to work for it really hard. Millfield went for the turnover, but illegally so. The number 6 with the white boots for Millfield. He has time, and when he's on the ball, he's got a lot of time and is a bit of a playmaker for them, but on the ground there you saw his strength. Not up to the standards of the referee though. Show and go from Coleg Cigar. Millfield though all over it at that breakdown. This time the referee is allowing the play to go on and gives it the penalty this time to Millfield. Talks about fine sevens players or fines 15 players who could play sevens. James Simpson Daniel obviously comes to mind, the old Sebba boy, but Shane Geraghty, who we've just heard with an interview, he would have been a fine sevens player, and no doubt in his youth was one. Still very young now, of course, but more into the 15s game. As we come to half-time here, Coleg Cigar versus Millfield. It's 7-5 to Millfield. They had a very easy day yesterday, winning all 4 pool matches, and they started very well today as well, winning their first elimination round 24-12. They're not used to being at half-time with only a 2-point margin. So the second half starts on RE1. Millfield leading this one at 7 points to 5. Chris Cratton is back with me after his interview with Shane Geraghty. Yeah, welcome back, Chris.
Yeah, just here, there, and everywhere, really.
Will we see you selling hot dogs later in the day as well?
Yeah, in between. Yeah. It's good to catch up with Shane. Obviously involved with England Sevens and full England squad as well. So another, I suppose, player off the conveyor belt of this tournament, and also youth rugby in the UK. So.
Yeah, one thing we just had a tweet in. One thing I'd be keen to from the London Lemurs Invitational Sevens side, wondering how much of a scouting opportunity is this for clubs or for other Seven sides to come here and see young players and think, a couple of years' time?
I think it's a fantastic opportunity to just come and see talent, full stop. Be it spectator or be it looking for your next player, whatever position that may be. We've seen London Irish down here, seen Worcester. Seen Harlequin, seen Saracens, seen Wasps, so there's plenty of clubs coming down here and scouting, and it would definitely be a great pool of talent to pick from for England Sevens, and also seen Richie Pugh of Wales down here as well. So there's plenty of people coming down and looking at the talent and keeping an eye out on the future of both Welsh and English rugby, especially today. Anyway.
It's fair to say if you stand out at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, you could easily go on and make a name for yourself in the professional ranks.
100%. I think we've seen plenty of ability on show. It's where these lads go from here, whether they go into a program with a club or whether they go and play rugby through sort of the lower ranks, so to speak. Whether they're put into an academy, whether they're picked up by a Sevens setup. So it's definitely all to play for them, as well as having great memories of playing in a fantastic competition such as the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, or moving on to the next thing, which will certainly be coming upon the more senior players in this tournament.
Yes, really, that's what it's about, isn't it? It's about great memories of the day. I mean, and if you get to play on this pitch with all the branding, with all the spectators alongside, it makes you feel pretty special, doesn't it?
it's a great opportunity for them. You know, it certainly gives them a taster of what it's like to play in sort of heightened pressure situations of rugby, and certainly as we see Millfield go the length of the field there, that's what it's all about: pressure rugby, turning over possession and then going the length of the field, converting into points.
Yes, Milford are certainly used to the pressures that come with being on the main pitch, and that score there, you saw all that experience, just took it slow, saw a gap in the middle of the park and easily went through for their second try of the day.
Yep, young lad Josh Bayliss there, he's a lower sixth former at Millfield, so we'll no doubt be seeing him again next year. And a lad with a bright future ahead of him, currently plying his trade at South West England rugby, and you know, it just goes to show can be 16, 17, 18 or even younger, and there's definitely plenty of talent, pool of talent here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens.
Colleague Cigar now look to get back on level terms. They throw the ball around. That's a forward pass, unfortunately, but they were going great guns there. Milford, of course, that score right through the heart of Colleague Cigar's defence. Wouldn't have been easy watching for Colleague Cigar's coach, nor the players. They've come back aggressively. When you look how deep Millfield starts their backline, they use up all the space. They know that they don't have to operate on the gain line. They can operate well behind it and still do an enormous amount of damage. Anyway, they lose the ball. Colleague Cigar look to offload and he gets away, spinning out of the tackle, and just tackled by a Millfield player. This could be a great chance for them to draw equal and get their second try. It's clear overlap here. Has he got the gas to get in? He does. Cuts inside, just to be sure. The number 11, good pace from him. From turnover ball, there was just one phase, and then Colleague Cigar worked their second try. The kick all important though. Hangs up there and doesn't quite go through, so the score stays at 10-14, and just as we look at that on the replay, it was a really good cut inside, wasn't it, as he lined it up, thought about going for the corner and then thought, I'll be safer here and also sneak a few more metres closer to the posts. Fortunately, it didn't help his kicker, but a fine score nonetheless. Nice little jiggle in midfield and switch with the number 10. Can Colleague Cigar regain possession? It's play. It's all to play for, the referee says. And they have turned it over. Really good counter-rucking by the Welshman. Big fend as well. Really good couple of fends. They have their tails up now, Colleague Cigar, against the reigning champions. Within one score of taking the lead. They have a chance here, despite being in the midfield, and it does go back. Millfield latch onto it. That was their get-out clause. They were very grateful for it, but still possession for the men in red.
Just a little bit scrappy in the middle of the field, obviously. A lot to play for, tight encounter. Just getting a little bit tentative in the middle of the park, and Millfield need to do what they've done throughout their previous encounters. Just take the pressure off themselves by going back to basics, doing the simple things right, going forward, keeping possession, just making sure that support players there early, making sure that it doesn't allow a turnover again.
They look very relaxed, the Millfield players. The backs are just checking that there's no mud on their studs. There's no nervous tension there, but there might be a little bit in their heads.
maybe not in their body language, but you can see it in their play. They're not going back to what they've been great at over the last 2 days, which is moving the ball side to side. Second player being there for the ball and the support, and just taking their time and picking their moments right.
That was a lovely bit of skill there, wasn't it?
Fantastic, yeah. That really was a unbelievable bit of individual skill.
And has set up a try, so
that's
not just showmanship, it was really well worked.
I know, but that's what we talked about. I was just talking about it there. They looked slightly panicked, and then all of a sudden they take their time, take the pressure off themselves. They do what they've done so well, which is move the ball from side to side, albeit with a bit of flair and whatnot in the middle, but it still meant they stuck to their plan, which is moving the ball side to side, creating space for themselves, and then exploiting that place and accelerating onto the ball.
And with the conversion to come, that seals the game for Milford. So for a while they did look under pressure, but a nice bit of skill and another try gives the scoreline a 21-10 look. So we will move on to the next game. Good win for Milford. Colleague Cigar, well, they gave it a really good go there. And hopefully we'll see them in action later today. Next game up is Hartpury versus Sherborne. We'll be starting very shortly. So welcome back. Sherborne have the ball in the blue and yellow, Hartpury in red. This is the BB quarterfinal pool stage match. The winner of this pool will play the winner of one of the teams from the match we've just seen, Group AA. So the winner of that, after two great performances, could well be Hartpury, could well be Milfield, apologies. And Hartpury, having lost to Wellington their first game in the pool stages, are up against it if they want to become the winner of Group BB. It starts for them against Sherborne. And number 14 runs it up. Didn't look to offload, and Sherborne easily put him to the floor, but they did win a penalty. Sherborne illegally infringing at the ruck, so Hartpury keep it. Didn't feel the need to open up his legs there, number 14. They're keeping it close and making sure their support runners are near them. But Sherborne have the ball there, seem a little bit willing to throw it around and kick it as well. And this will be a foot race. He's already ahead of his Hartpury opposite number, but he gets back, and that's really good pace from him. And stands up as well, tries to get one out the back, but it doesn't quite work. And Hartpury have given away a penalty. Good kick and chase from Sherborne, even though they didn't regather the ball, it was worth the risk. And they turned that into a scrum, rather than a penalty. Now they have a penalty. Tap and go hits the ref, but he's going to let them off. It's very sporting of him. Sherborne, they have numbers here already. Hartpury were not aligned well for that, and that's a really good line from number 5 in the yellow boots. Gets the first score for Sherborne.
Take your time.
chance now to convert his own opening score. Doesn't quite manage it, so it will remain at just the try.
I went over. Oh, are you joking? You must have seen that. You know. Watch Sherman. Even boxed in, lads.
So Hartpury now have to regather the ball and try and work the ball out of their 22.
Right.
Sherburn, that was a brilliant first score from them. Sherburn, can they fashion another try? One to man to beat. He goes around the outside. It was looking like he might pass that, but then backed his pace and his strength for the second score for Sherburn. Great start from them. 10-0. So it's the yellow-booted brigade who are doing the damage for Sherburn so far. Certainly they have some talented runners in that back line. And Hartpury, after starting so organised and in an aggressive style, started this a little bit underwhelmed. Certainly they don't have quite the energy they had in that first game.
Okay, you got.
Now, the number 10. He does like a short side break, and this time it works really well. Has a one-on-one with the fullback. Can he go all the way? Can he line him up? Tackled into touch. Hartpury's man decided to go on the outside, and just in doing so, his foot slipped into touch. Sherburn take it quickly, but will be called back. Well, Hartpury's number 10, he's a very talented player, and they do look to him to conjure things, and there he did exactly that, but didn't have the support to carry on the move. Sherburn do put boot to ball. It's worked successfully in this game so far, but it's not a tactic you see all too often. They have an excellent chase though, so when you do that, it turns into a very good move. And win a penalty again. Now, Hartpury seems to have marshalled Sherburn well here, but not on the inside, not when you cut back with that much intention. Wrestled to the ground by Hartpury 6. The sun shining full on RE1 and certainly shining on Sherburn at the moment. Enjoying their time out on the main pitch here. Everything going their way. Nice little pop pass to the number 12. And here they should be able to, if they did go left, they didn't. 6 made the decision to come back. And that's why. He knew where his power man was. Good shake and a handoff through the middle. Third try for Sherburn. So with that score, they go into half-time. Sherburn ruling the roost here on RE1. It's 17 points in their favour. Hartpury yet to score. They look a different side from the team which took on Wellington with such verve this morning. But as my colleague Chris Cracknell was saying earlier, Sevens is a funny one. Energy levels play such a big part, and you've got to stay warm, you've got to stay limber between games, and if you mentally switch off as well, then you can be a very different team in your next game, and that seems to be what's happened to Hartpury. Welcome back to the second half. Hartpury are trailing Sherburn by 17 points to 0. You're watching the live stream of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Tournament 2015, sponsored by Serious Stuff. Sherburn recollect, and their number 5, who opened the scoring, decides to bring things back right. And the number 7, who scored the second try, sets things up on the left-hand side. A little shake to kick there, that was very nice. Up over halfway goes Sherburn. That's where they turn over the ball. A little knock on from Sherburn. Hartpury will be relieved. If they are to get back into this game, they're going to have to start now from this scrum pretty much. 17 points deficit they need to claw back on. My co-commentator Chris Cracknell, who is doing his duties at the moment as an HSBC ambassador, has earmarked the 21-point gap as the point where you can't often come back from. But it's only 17 points deficit now, and Hartpury look to be in here. Sherburn man comes across, but it's a nice fade inside, and that's their first score. They won't be celebrating too much, they need a few more of them. And that was a nice run from Hartpury's winger, and he'll take the kick as well. Unsuccessfully, so it's 17 points to 5. Part 1 of 3 on the comeback for Hartpury if they can. And Sherburn ring the changes. Nice, difficult bobbling ball to take. Now the new man, number 2, with the headband, took a straight line. I think he may be a forward in 15s. This man's definitely a back. Number 5, who started things off, has got great feet and great support line from the number 7. Well worked from Sherburn. That was perfect sevens. So Sherburn's creator-in-chief, the man with the yellow boots, doesn't manage to convert that, but it was mightily close. But they probably will settle for a 22 points to 5 advantage. Of course, this is a BB group, a quarter-final pool stage BB matchup. So the winner of the BB group will play the winner of the AA group in one of the semi-finals. And given their calibre in this tournament, you'd expect Wellington to top this group, but Sherburn have shown that they can take on Hartpury and score tries against them at will. Sherburn bring it away. And everyone has a little bit of a break. It's been running each other ragged for a while now. Now what can Seven do? He's got a good set of feet on him and great gas as well. Cuts inside. Feint of a dummy, but Hartpury do catch up with him eventually. And now have the ball. They have been short of that in this game. This lad's got a great step though, and also great pace. He gives it to his man. Sherburn let that one go in. Good attack from Hartpury. Everyone out there is out on their feet in this match.
We're going to keep the energy going, boys. Just stay connected in the play, boys. Come on.
22 points to 12 now. Points the gap if Hartpury can claw it back. Sherburn will be desperate to hold on to it, to keep that cushion so they can play their nice attractive brand of rugby and not worry about making a small error here or there.
Boys. Go on, Ben. Tuck your head, boys. Tuck your head. Go on, Nick.
A little bit indecisive there, the 6. And it was a forward pass between the man and his wing. Almost the equivalent of taking the ball into the corner in football there from Sherburn. They just wanted to move the ball to the right, move it to the left, and take their time doing that. That's sensible play. What can Hartpury do? Can they up the tempo and hurry things along?
Scrum, boys. Sherburn.
Good steal from the hooker. Sherburn are away. 12 up the shorthand touchline. Now cuts inside 2. Has a man with him. Chooses not to use him yet. Now he gives it to him. Sherburn are loaded on the full side. But bring it back left, and that's one of the most well-worked scores we've seen today. All from a hooker, stealing the ball at the scrum. The scrum half scooting up the touchline and then cutting back with intention, and he had all the support in the world. Sherburn have sewn this one up. Final flourish, that went over, so that's a 29 points to 12 victory. As long as I think that final kick did go over. Regardless, it's an excellent display of Sevens rugby from Sherburn. They looked, we've seen Millfield today, we've seen Wellington look good, but Sherburn right up there in terms of the way they play and the support lines they cut. Very good victory from them. Our next game, though, is Sedbergh versus John Fisher. Both sides have a great record in this tournament, and it's set to be a cracker. So Sedbergh will kick off in this match against John Fisher. Sedbergh having won their last match only about an hour or so ago, 31 points to 15 against Kimoid from Wales. John Fisher from south of England. Sedbergh, of course, from Cumbria in the north. And they throw it around a little bit. John Fisher playing behind their own try line. They try and keep it alive, but it was in touch from the dead ball line. Great ambition from John Fisher. They knew that if they could just... They're under so much pressure, there must be a space somewhere. And that space looked to have gone through it, the John Fisher front rower. But it's a scrum to Sedbergh instead. Sedbergh go blind. Look to take him on. It's going to be the first try. Diving score, number 10 again. Having a great tournament, having a great day. 9 and 10, they're working really well. Just all the backs set up on the open side. 9 makes the call, and then the number 10 goes, well, thanks very much. Thanks for the one-on-one, and I'll see what I can do. The kick does go beyond though, so 5-0. It was great footwork, wasn't it? Look at that. You can have time for a little dive towards the end. So John Fisher back to square one. This time they start things a little bit further up the field, and the referee, well, almost got bowled over by the big lad, but he kindly put in a sidestep. Holding onto the ball with John Fisher, so Sedbergh take it quickly. Nice show and go. They left the John Fisher would-be defender on his backside. Slight overlap here on the left-hand side. The kicker for Sedbergh. Also a bit of a dancer, it seems. John Fisher turned it over. It may have gone backwards, may have gone forwards. The referee said it did go forward off Sedbergh. So both these sides have won this tournament before. John Fisher had a purple patch in the 90s where they couldn't stop winning the tournament. And they were also beaten finalists last year in the Open as well against Millfield. So they have real calibre. And have an early chance, even though it's in their own half. They could go in from here. It's Sebba's number 10 against the John Fisher winger. Puts in a little kick, but the Sebba man had tackled him and picks up the ball. So really good defence from him. Does he have the gas after that exertion to carry it out of his own half? No, he gives it up to his teammates. But that goes to ground. Seb play around with it in their own dead ball, and there's been a bit of that in this game, and that was good aggressive defence from John Fisher from an attacking position. They now have a set piece scrum to get their teeth into. I've seen a lot of good tries by this number 10 this tournament, but that was up there with the moments of skill that we'll look back on and go, that was great play. Now John Fisher, can they get on the scoreboard? Although they broke the first line, Sebra's covering defenders were there. Go right. Here it could be the time for the first score. A little sell of a dummy. And the front row is in. Good try from him. So the failure to convert that means the scores are tied at 5-all. John Fisher will be relieved at that. They have been good in patterns, but they've been operating in their own half for most of this match. Sebba come away with it. Well worked. Good tight passing, and that's a nice fend. Oh, just went to ground when he was eyeing up where the defender was coming from, and at that moment the ball arrived. That doesn't often end well, and there the mistake was made. Scrum to John Fisher. The stream today you're watching brought to us by Serious Stuff, sporting apparel company, and they've got a big stand here as well. So if you're coming down today, make sure you stop by and pick yourself up some gear. There's some nice food vans as well, which I'm eyeing up for afterwards. But for now, we're watching John Fisher, and we're watching them go right round the outside. Fantastic step inside as well. This lad's got gas. And it means John Fisher take the lead with the conversion to come, but that takes us to half-time, and John Fisher, having been literally under their posts in the first 20 seconds, they end the score leading, they end the half, sorry, leading by 10 points to 5. The Seb number 10, of course, started the match with that 10, but look at the legs on this lad. After going right round the outside from his own half, he then just skipped out of the tackle. Great score. They'll need to put the ball in his hands a little bit more often, John Fisher, because Sebba have pace to burn as well. But we'll see it all what unfurls in the second half. Welcome back to this quarter-final pool stage game. It's Group CC, so the winner of this group will go through to the semi-final, as will the best runner-up, and will play against the best runner-up of all the three groups, AA, BB and CC. So this is the game which has the top billing in this group, really. Sebba versus John Fisher. They've both won the tournament before the Open tournament, and they're both playing some fine sevens today as well. 10-5 the score to John Fisher, who are playing from right to left in the hoops. Sebba in the brown and yellow. This time Sebba's winger keeps hold of it and puts in a great fend. But John Fisher just managed to hang on to his coattails and now pour over the ball. They've turned it over brilliantly. No one really to support him on this side, so he goes through the middle. Not held either. Difficult man to hold on to, though. That was a nice basketball pass, and it's turned out well for John Fisher. Rapid play by them. Aggressive defence turned into attack, and now they have a chance to see if he can squeeze down the shorthand touchline. Good over the top pass, and Sebba running out of defenders here. John Fisher have a chance to get the third try and perhaps the crucial score. Cuts inside, skips out of the tackle and does crash over. Really well played, John Fisher. They couldn't have fashioned more of a team try if they tried. All started with a turnover, a brilliant turnover as well on the halfway. And just as much as 5 points. That is a hammer blow to Sebba's confidence. Needs this kick though. So it stays at 15 points to 5 to John Fisher. Sebras were geeing each other up as that ball missed and said, let's get it back in there, boys. This game's not over at all. 10-point gap, but they can turn it around from here. And the number 7 does just that from the kickoff. Just pulled out of his hands. Referee will give a knock on. That seemed a tad unfortunate. It was the John Fisher hand which pulled it out, but that counts as a knock on. Great line from John Fisher. The most simple backline move you can do. Drifting across and a switch under the sticks. Sebberg, who have looked so organised and so attacking in all their play, have come undone here against John Fisher, against their power and their pace. As that gets slotted over, taking the score to 22 points to 5. And Sebbo, well, they've got another match to come in this pool stage. So if this match is now just about regrouping, seeing if they can fashion a score to have something to go into the next game with confidence. Because talent they certainly have. So does this, particularly this lad number 7. He's got great vision, launches upfield over halfway. Now takes on the fullback himself, not with any support, but he's got good legs, puts in a feint. Can he get there? He has gone over really well. A hard-fought try that from the number 7. Started thinking that he'd have to offload to one of his quicker teammates, but then just thought, I've got a bit of legs, let's see if I can go all the way. The kick not successful though, so Sebba just take the 5 points. That's and any doubts you had about the grounding, you can see in the replay that that was definitely over. John Fisher penalty though, and they're not rushing to take it quickly. Probably aware of how dangerous Sebba can be when they have space and time to work. Very good crowd here now down at the Richardson Evans pitches near Wimbledon. There's 23 pitches here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament, and this is the main one. And we've got fans and spectators, parents no doubt, all along this near side. The stand on the far side as well, about half full. I'm sure that'll be full for the finals later today, which both these sides woke up this morning having ambitions of reaching. But it's John Fisher who looked the more likely to get there based on this performance. As they win a turnover there as well. This time they do take it quickly. You can't keep a good scrum half down, can you, when he's got a free tap and go to go for it? And you can't keep a rangy lock down as well. Good offload and really good support as well. Game, set and match to John Fisher. The match does come to a close then. Really good ending to the match for John Fisher. They started under their post, under pressure. Sebba all over them, but they ended it in fine style. 29-10 then. In this Group CC fixture, John Fisher looked like the team to beat in that group. The next match on this RE1 main pitch here is Merchiston Castle versus Coleg Cigar. That'll be starting momentarily. And we'll shortly be hearing from a John Fisher player. He's down with Matt. Coming to you shortly, but for the moment the two teams are still gathering for the next match. We can go now.
Here with Nathan, captain of John Fisher. Great win for you guys.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was. The aim of the game was for us to come out and just lay down our game and just do what we do best. And I mean, fair play to Sedbra. They played well, but I guess we was just the better team.
How important is it for a player like yourself and your development in rugby and all the guys who've gone before and you playing at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens?
I think it's pretty important. We speak about leaving a legacy, and I think the performance the boys put out today, and hopefully, we go into the tournament and win the tournament. And I mean, that's the strongest legacy you can leave, to be honest.
And your thoughts going on for the tournament and leaving that legacy for your side? I
think it's just work rate, coming together as a team and just know what we're capable of and just showing other people what the school's actually about. Because I mean, we are looked down on, and I think you know, I don't know what to really say about that, but I just think it's time for people to start listening and looking out for John Fisher.
Wish you luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much, sir.
So it will be Merchiston Castle versus Coleg Cigar here. We just heard the words of the John Fisher captain. He put in a great personal performance himself as part of a great team performance. They were very impressive there. But here are two teams who lost their last match on this main pitch, both to Millfield, and Merchiston Castle are from Scotland. Coleg Cigar are, as you can guess, from Wales. Coleg Cigar, though, did give Millfield a big scare with scoring the first try and staying with them throughout the whole match. So, typical of a Welsh side, they are wearing red, and the Scottish side are conveniently in blue as well. So a bit of an international Six Nations matchup, this one, and perhaps the players are looking at it that way as well. The Merchiston Castle winger has gone right through Coleg Cigar's defence. Scything run, but cut down by Coleg Cigar. It's a wide pass, really good skill from Merchiston Castle. Can they get the first score in this game? That will be a bit of an upset given their results against Millfield. And they work it round the corner. That's a really nice piece of play. If he got it down, he did. It makes it an even better piece of play. 5-0 into Merchiston Castle. And they look a different side to the one that faced up against Millfield. Unsuccessful with the conversion, so it's a 5-0 advantage to them. Coleg Cigar do somehow, well, they don't retain it actually. It's Merchiston Castle on the offensive again. Looking for their second score early doors. That would be a real statement of intent from the Scottish side. Good hands from Coleg Cigar. Nice out of the tackle stuff, and then shrugging off a few as well. Really good play from him. And he has space to run, this winger. And no one in his way. He's going to cruise in to balance things up. And Merchiston Castle just overextended themselves a bit, didn't they? And Coleg Cigar, they've got great close quarter hands, and that worked out for them there. Moving the ball to the left, and for number 14, an easy run in. Conversion unsuccessful, so 5 apiece here. Merchiston Castle have done really well just to hold on to this ball in their own half. Coleg Cigar's defence has been aggressive and they're pressing very hard. Now they get the breakout. Merchiston Castle, the blue scrum-hatted number 7, slows down to find support, and although it bobbles a bit, they have numbers here. Can they fashion another score? The 7 again, the man who started it all. Flicks it out the back. It's been knocked on though. Coleg Cigar, if they have the energy, can run it out. But they won't. They will be pulled back for the knock-on. Colleague Cigar, there's obviously a very well-renowned sevens team from Wales. Well, sevens team, a school from Wales who happen to play sevens very well. The Welsh are amongst good company at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Tournament. Back in the day, of course, Gareth Edwards played for victorious 1966 Millfield side, so while England were winning the World Cup, Gareth Edwards was planning the downfall of the rest of the home nations for the decade to come in rugby. And then even more remarkably, in 1967, if my memory serves me correctly, a lad called Keith Jarrett played for Monmouth School. And then a month later, made his debut for England. He didn't do that. Made his debut for Wales. And scored 19 points in the Five Nations. Possibly that could only happen in the amateur, really. It'd be very unlikely for anything like that to happen with a player here, but who knows? The Sevens circuit, various other representative sides. There's no reason to say that players on display here can't go on to great international recognition in the near future. Merchiston Castle really controlling this attack, not getting too excited. Merchiston Castle's excellent number 7 brings it back inside. Fantastic hands all round from the Scottish side. They've got a working opening here. Scoots in. Such patient build-up from them. So 12-5 now to Merchiston Castle. They were so patient, weren't they, in their build-up, and they got it wide, and it looked like he may have a man to beat, but just the defender did just give up on it. So we're back underway here on the main pitch. Colleague Cigar are under the cosh a little bit from Merchiston Castle, who are giving this game a real lash. They are ahead by 12 points to 5 and playing some really patient and controlled sevens rugby. That was a nice offload as well, and number 11, can he round his man? He does. Gets back at him though, good defence from Colleague Cigar. Advantage to Merchiston Castle. They'll look to take this quickly, surely. Goes right, show and go, and crashes over. A nice play from the number 9. Well, a Scottish scrum half when he's near the try line. They have a sixth sense of it. Merchant Castle, they are a different team to the one that went down to Millfield at the beginning of this quarter-final pool stages. They hardly had the ball in that match. They've got their tails up now, and that was a good conversion as well. Canny scrum half play there, as we saw on the replay, just dodging under the tackles. Colleague Cigar, what a response. That was straight from the kickoff, worked it down the right-hand side, and now they are having to play catch-up, so they do have a sense of urgency about them, but that was a brilliant try. And you can see them risking the dangerous offloads and the tackles on that replay. They're a team in a hurry, aren't they? Merchant Castle, though, don't seem to be trying to shut this game down either. They want to play. Game is finally poised now. The man in the blue scrum hat this time does get caught, but he's got the referee on his side, wins a penalty. Merchant Castle bring it back left. A little bit of indecision about which way they want to go. Colleague Cigar now get their mitts on the ball. Have they turned it over? Yes, they have. So have Merchant Castle, and now they head off towards the line. This will be a great try, individual turnover, and then I'll pick up the ball and score. Thanks very much. Well guided kick as well, so 26 points to 12. They have the lead. Merchant Castle, they've come a fair old way for this tournament, and they're certainly making the most of it. Being down here in Wimbledon, sunny day, and enjoying their day out. Colleague Cigar, though, in no mood to just roll over, risking the passes, but that's a good offload, and he will show a clean pair of heels and go onto the post as well. That offload with the left hand, throwing it. Took the risk and it paid off. Now, Colleague Cigar, the advanced party, go up and nail Merchiston Castle. But they get it away. They slow it down on the left, but
on, boys, let's go, let's go. Let's go, boys, come on.
Penalty, College Cigar. The Welsh side they do need to attack, they need to score tries. And they're risking everything here. Just dropped it on the wing, that's so frustrating. I think Coleg Cigar, there may be a collective knowingness that that's the match slipping away from them. Merchiston Castle still fancy having a go though. They put boots a ball for perhaps the first time in this game. The chasers are up well. And knocking Coleg Cigar backwards, that was a brilliant tackle. As I'm rejoined now by Chris Cracknell. Chris, it's been a thrilling game, this one. Still going, Coleg Cigar. Can he go all the way to... He does go under the posts.
Great running there. After a long couple of days, unfortunately, doesn't look like it's been quite enough, but fantastic effort all the same.
So the match does come to an end. And by that accounts, a thrilling matchup. Well contested throughout. Merchiston Castle looked to be bossing it early on, but Coleg Cigar really came back into it. A well contested game of sevens. Welcome back to the live stream. The next match is between Sherburn and Wellington College, and what a match it should be as well. Both sides beat Hartpury earlier in the pool stages. Sherburn in a much more convincing fashion than Wellington, but we know Wellington didn't start well in that match, and they have true class there when they get going. But Sherburn, though, have pace to burn and excellent supporting lines. Watch out for this man who has the ball now. Yellow boots, good show and go. Big fend as well. Got overextended though. Wellington were all over him on the floor.
We talk about decision making in attack, and that's decision making in defence. Just Wellington just realising there that the Sherburn attack weren't close in support and enabling two of their players to go over to steal the ball at the breakdown. Excellent turnover, good decision.
So Wellington do work it out of defence, work it out of their 22. Oh, and that's just such an unforced error. So frustrating for the Wellington player. No one around him, just took his eyes off it.
Yep, basic skills, a slightly poor pass as well, but the Sherburn defence is good. Opening encounter here. Sherburn defence not necessarily having the bite of the cherry that the Wellington defence did to get over the breakdown, showing good support play from Wellington, but also still not giving them any yardage either.
Solid scrum from Sherburn. They were on the creek a little bit against Hartpury, against the bigger Hartpury pack, but they're coping well against Wellington. Chip over the top though, is giving possession away. Wellington have 80 metres to go, but they have the ball. And that's really good, well-worked play down the short side and cutting inside beautifully. The gas man, he'll be in from 40 metres out.
That shows the patience and defence there. Sherburn having their 7-up ethos, shepherding Wellington nicely, and then the end man just stepping in, biting out the line, allowing the easy 2-on-1 pass, allowing Wellington in behind, and there you go. As we've seen with Wellington, if they're given half a sniff, they will take it. So Sherburn defence just slowly, just unfortunately stepping out of their pattern there.
Yes, it was great awareness from the winger to not stay on his wing, to cut inside and take that inside ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant play by Wellington. Just heads up rugby at its finest, but to open the door by the Sherburn lack of patience in defence.
So Wellington 7-0 up, looking sharper than how they started against Hartpury. But Sherburn, they have such good quality in their backline. They play a relaxed brand of rugby. They don't panic. Of course, it does depend on how good the press defence is, on whether they do panic or not. Hartpury's wasn't quite up to the task in their last match, so they had room to work their game in. Wellington are a little bit more in their face, a little bit more aggressive. Sherburn, that's nice. This is the number 7 who had such a good game and couldn't get it onto his yellow-booted back partner. So Wellington, where those passes were sticking for Sherburn in their first game, they're not against Wellington. It's a much tougher ask for them. The number 4. Just not quite enough. Quite a little bit too high. And the knock-on occurs.
Come on, Sherburn!
So scrum to Sherburn. Good field position for them. They've got that whole pitch to work with. See what their backs can work. Gone backwards though. Wellington's stolen it. So they will get their own scrum now. Slight knock on there from the scrum half.
It's a slight comedy of errors really. Wellington trying to get out and disrupting the Sherburn scrum. Turnover made. And I think Sherburn just need to get an opportunity, need to get that ball in their hands, just keep it for longer than 1 or 2 phases.
Well, that was a very solid scrum from Wellington. That's how you do it in sevens. Just get the ball out any way you can. Now, the number 5 for Wellington, who scored such a good try earlier in the game. Good line, perfectly timed for number 13. He will be in from here. Only the referee to challenge him. So he's going to take it really easy. Hasn't been that much running in their game. There's no reason to be jogging in like that.
Nope. No need to change the tactics at all. Excellent from the winger there, just holding up the defender, allowing his support line runner to pick his hole, pick the moment where he wanted to insert himself into the attack. And brilliant line, left flailing Sherborne defence.
14-0 to Wellington. Different Wellington than we're seeing today in this second match. And different Sherborne as well. They look a little bit shell-shocked.
This will be the 4th game I think they've had today, won't it? So a lot of rugby for these lads. There's still 2 more games to go to the final. So certainly some tired, weary bodies out there, and that's what happens on day 2. So survival of the fittest almost.
Sherborne, though, they're certainly not giving it up. In fact, they're just intensifying, rucking that little bit harder, working harder off the ball. And they good offload as well. The ball is there for them. Now they have a chance. They have numbers on this left-hand side. Wellington covering across well, though, so they need to take the opportunity while it's there. They can't loiter. Skipping a step, and now this is their chance, Sherborne. They must score from here. They have 2 men over. But he took contact, and Wellington, that was their chance. You can see them saying, let's relax, boys. That was great defence. And that'll be half-time. Sherborne, they missed a trick there because with 2 men over, 14 points down, they needed that extra try.
Yeah, white line fever. Also lacking that bit of patience and clarity under the cosh and a bit of pressure. 14-0 down. Certainly needed the score. Unfortunately, did not come away with it.
Second half kicks off then. Wellington 14 points to the good against Sherborne. Sherborne in the blue and yellow, and Wellington in the yellow and dark blue stripes. Sherborne need to give this second half a real go because they have the talent and the players to cut teams apart. Just lacks a bit of precision in the first half. Now this number 7 for Sherborne, he's their danger man. Takes a straight line. No subtlety there, but that's what made the Wellington defence dither.
keeping the ball alive well though. Just going to try and find a hole in this Wellington defence. Wellington defence are very well connected, not biting in on anything.
They resort to a long pass to give their gas man some space on the wing. It went forward.
There we go, not finding that space. Allowing the knockout, sorry, the pass forward. And Sherborne's attack just not as potent as Wellington's at the moment. You know, not necessarily being as patient, only going through sort of 2 phases and then looking around, waiting for somebody to do something. Unfortunately, sevens, now we're getting to the latter stages. Teams need to be more patient, need to bide their time and attack more intelligently.
Yes, Wellington, they are sitting on a 14-point lead, but they won't be happy with that. They want more. And this guy started it all off. Thought he saw a gap, but it disappeared pretty quickly. So we have the final match of this quarter-final pool stages. After this, between John Fisher and Kim Oyd. And my colleague Nick Heath will be taking over for that. Been guiding us through the last 2 days. There's been some sterling work from Nick and Chris over these last 2 days, but when it comes to no one wants to miss out on the finals. So it just breaks down this match slightly. Sherborne haven't got on the score sheet in the way they'd like to early in the second half. And Sherborne just did it too eager. The scrum half feeding at the ruck.
Harshly done there, I feel. They're certainly on the front foot in the scrum.
Yes, feeding, sorry, is a bit ubiquitous, isn't it, around in the rugby world?
Well, maybe a little bit of calmer there. Overzealous attack from Wellington, slightly ahead of his playmaker, and then the wraparound certainly not coming off.
Sherborne, they've had the ball in their own 22 for too long. They're fed up. The ball gets booted upfield. So Wellington have the easy task of gathering it and realigning. Cut out pass, and that didn't go to hand, but actually it's worked out well for Wellington. 2 on 1, and they have the big guy on the wing who gets scragged by Sherborne, but they're still going. Nice switch. Close but no cigar for Wellington there.
Just failing to stick for Wellington there. Yeah, speculative miss pass, and then the offloads just not sticking to hand. Maybe lacking concentration now. They're under a heck of a lot of fatigue, having played a lot of rugby over 2 days. So fatigue starts to play its part in this tournament.
As we look forward to the semi-finals, Chris, Wellington look like they may have this group sewn up, so what will they be doing before those semi-finals? How will they be recovering?
Well, I think exactly that. They'll be recovering, getting off their feet, getting the right hydration, the right fluids, the right food on, right recovery protocols, and then also hatch a plan of what they're going to do in that semi-final. You can only play each game in the tournament as they happen. And Wellington have got to put this one to bed first, and then worry about that semi-final a bit later on, whilst getting things right in preparation.
Well, this lad from Wellington certainly got a lot of energy. That was a enthusiastic run, and the defence opens up. That was the easiest try number 13 will score all season.
Very tired Sherborne defence there. Taking the penalty quickly, they'd not managed to get themselves back, and also having a player down injured definitely didn't help them get their defensive connection. Wellington seem certain to go through as top of this group
as they reach the 21-point threshold. So Sherburn, must be disappointing for them. They would have gone into this game really thinking they had a chance of taking down Wellington. But they have been outplayed, and it's been ruthless performance from Wellington, really. And they've had the chances to steal the ball on the floor. They've taken them, and they've turned all those chances into points. Sherburn have looked good, but it just hasn't really gone their way. But they still have the endeavour that they've shown throughout this tournament. That's interesting from the number 12, who just offloads to his forwards. But again, Wellington on the floor, Chris. They've bossed it that area this game.
They really are. I mean, you know, they certainly got the right attributes to a winning team. Good at the breakdown. Got some pace in attack, and their defensive structure is outstanding. I feel a bit sorry for Sherburn there. Definitely had Wellington on the rack, and if they'd have just been able to get the ball away from that point of contact and out to this this near touchline near us, they were definitely on with I think a 4-on-3, and it'd been interesting to see how they'd have preserved that space and whether they'd been able to gain some more yardage and perhaps get a score on the board.
So Wellington decide to get the ball off quickly and start their recovery as soon as possible. Convincing victories themselves, 21 points to 0. Sherburn left feeling a little bit flat after that, no doubt. Now we have one more game of the quarter-final pool stages to come. As you say, that's between Kimoid, who we've seen earlier this week already, and my colleague Nick Heath will be taking over for that one. Kimoid will be playing John Fisher, who looks so impressive in their earlier games. So join us shortly.
Well, very good afternoon to you. My thanks to Jack Zorab for his commentary on the majority of the session so far today, and we are into this third quarter-final game in Pool CC as Coleg y Cymoedd are looking to get into the corner, but the touch judge has his flag raised, and not quite the start that the Welsh outfit were after there. Just into touch at the last minute. This is a bit of a shootout then between these two sides to get through to the semi-finals in the Cup. Millfield and Wellington have already got their places in there. We'll have all the details of the upcoming plate semis and Cup semis, and then the finals from 4:20 this afternoon, concluding with the open final at 5:20. Race for the corner, won by John Fisher. Getting more physical now, as Coleg y Cymoedd look to try and get through, but in fact the penalty's gone the other way, and it's John Fisher who will have a chance to clear their lines. In this Cup quarter-final group so far, Coleg y Cymoedd 15, Sedbergh School 29, but then Sedbergh went down to John Fisher by 29 points to 10, so all to play for here. Coleg can get the victory over John Fisher, that will open things up, but Fisher will be very keen to try and make their own way there with a decent win, and they come up through the middle. He's going to need support. It's not too close to him to start with, and penalty comes to John Fisher for the tackler not releasing the man he brought down. Mazy running here, that tackle just bouncing off his man. Oh, and there's some good dancing feet, and now the power into the corner, and John Fisher will get the first try of this one, and that was a strong finish after a little bit of dancing feet.
Right, it was indeed. John Fisher certainly proving to be one of the surprise outfits in this year's tournament. Certainly showing that reason why they're ones to be reckoned with. Good attack, good keeping the ball alive, and then ability to attack space when it's open.
They certainly dispatched Sedbergh fairly convincingly. Conversion goes wide. John Fisher leading 5 points to 0. John Fisher with the penalty then, just as the Welsh were trying to get forward, and that pass, I think, just gone forward, or in fact a bit of crossing is the decision from the referee, so it's a penalty to Cymoedd. Coleg y Cymoedd into the corner now. Can they make this opportunity pay? Well, line out hasn't gone their way. It's well won by John Fisher. And now they come away, and this man's got a good bit of pace. His tackler is still with him. One fend and enough of a drive towards that far touchline, and that was strong defence.
Pretty odd tracking line by his support there, just continuing to run alongside him into touch. Should have maybe cut back inside, come in field, kept the play alive.
Yeah, didn't present him with quite the option he might have wanted. Just the one try so far in this one. John Fisher with the lead, beating Sedbergh by 29 points to 10 in the second game in this quarter-final group stage, hoping to get through to those semis. The Open tournament here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, so competitive. Means a lot to these teams that play, and now is there a chance for Fisher to get away once more? There are three in the chase. He's gone for the dive pretty early there. It's not quite as wet as it was yesterday, but he's managed to just about bobble his way over.
Still great acceleration into the space there, keeping the ball alive by John Fisher. We talked about the support lines earlier on, but that's a better way of support line and keeping the ball alive, and certainly he has got the pace to finish. Maybe not as slippery as he thought underfoot.
Conversion is good. Colleague Ikamoid 0, John Fisher 12. Really big handoff, getting that run underway. Just left those three defenders in his wake. Here come the Welsh though, and they've got a lot of men over this side. They're all on this left side of the pitch, and John Fisher desperately chasing across. Support runner tried to cut inside, available for the ball. Referee just watching there, but there's just been a small knock on, and that will be all we need to see from the first half. Half time in this last quarter-final round in the pool stages. This one, Colleague Ikamoid 0, John Fisher 12 at the break.
kick off fast. Let's get away if we get it.
John Fisher get the second half restarted then. In the ascendancy, 12 points to 0. 2 scores in that first half. Looking to get through to the semi-finals. Plate semi-final matches coming up at 3 o'clock. The Cup semi-finals, 3:40 and 4 o'clock. Set those alerts if you're not staying with our live stream, sponsored by Serious Stuff. Great to see the numbers going up on our live stream today. John Fisher, this young lad wants to try and go all the way around the outside, but his tackler's got other ideas, and that's good commitment. Brings him into touch. Not getting around me, sunshine.
Well tracked, well defended there. Didn't bite in, didn't allow him to use his footwork and step back inside. Kept pushing him to the outside, trusted his pace to make sure that he could use the touchline as that extra defender, push him in a touch.
Fisher, they've created the men down the right side. Chase is on. He's going to need support, is he? Manages to get over. Referee happy enough with it. And Fisher get their third and look to be booking their place in the semi-finals.
Fisher certainly looking a strong outfit, having answers for any form of defence thrown in front of them. And they managed to keep the ball alive really, really well. Their support play is excellent. And there's plenty of power and pace across this 7 for John Fisher.
Ball's just broken, but it's been nudged forward, so two little knock-ons. First one, no advantage to Fisher, so they will have the scrum. Here come colleague Ikamoid coming down the left side. Little cut inside. That was a little bit high, I think. Assistant just signalling the advantage to the referee. Colleague, get going. Speculative pass. Fisher thought they might have a little interception. Now, little boot to ball, and he gives chase, but last defender from Fisher was there in good time. Now the loop ball over to the left wing. He wants to get his engine going. Little dummy back inside. Strong, but tackler was stronger. Of course, at this stage, it's the winners of each of the quarter-final pools that will go through. So in terms of this one, John Fisher are likely to be the team that go through in the Cup quarter-final Group 1. Millfield, unsurprisingly, the strong team there to get through. And Wellington, the team who've got through as the leaders of quarter-final Group 2. There will be a best runner-up who goes through to make up those semi-finals. And we will bring you the details of who that will be. Try scored though for Colleague Camoid. They managed to get themselves onto the score sheet in this quarter-final game against John Fisher, with the conversion to come.
Finally getting themselves into this matchup, however, more than likely be too little too late, unfortunately, for the men from Wales. Certainly been a nuggety side, good at the breakdown, just lacking a little bit of cohesion and being able to string everything together over the course of today, and the finals day being as important as it is.
Colleague Camoid 5, John Fisher 17. Oh, a little stumble from the man as he tries to rescue that ball. John Fisher could be in for another one here, and they are sealing their place in the semi-finals with try number 4.
Once again, great build-up play from John Fisher. They're keeping the ball alive. They really are an outfit that are working hard for each other. Saw them last week at Surrey School Sevens, and they are a tight-knit unit. Definitely work hard. They're nuggety, tough across the board, and they're looking quite fresh going into the semi-finals and latter stages. So wish them the best, and they've certainly done a good job in this quarter-final.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes, it's a good kick as well, which just concludes things in terms of the points in this group. Colleague Camoid 5, John Fisher 24. That's how this one concludes. So John Fisher will get through, and we'll be back very shortly with news of which is the best runner-up through to those semi-finals. We've got a short break now, but we'll be back at 3 o'clock with the open plate semis. Both of those here on pitch RE1. Then the 2 Open Cup semi-finals, where we will see John Fisher once more. Then the open plate final. We've then got the girls ACER final, the girls open final, building up to the tournament open final at 5:20. So news of those semis to come, but we'll be back with the first of those plate semis just before kick-off at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, but hopefully, we can give us also the game to you call. So here,
So welcome back to our live streaming coverage of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, and we really are now getting towards the business end of the tournament, and this is the semi-final stages in the open competition, and it's the open plate that we turn our attention to begin with here, and our 3 o'clock game between Cambridge Comprehensive School and Hampton School. Cambridge, who've come into this one having beaten London Oratory by 38 points to 5, Bryanston School by 24 points to 19. They were given a bit of a hiding by Sherborne School, and Sherborne have in fact gone through as a best runner-up, so could be quite interesting if those two were to meet again in the final, as Sherborne are in the other semi-final match that we'll be watching after this one. But it's Cambridge Comp against Hampton, and Cambridge are on the left of your picture in the pink, with Hampton in the striped gold, white and black. And the teams come on as this match gets ready to get underway in the knockout stages. As far as Hampton's journey to this stage, well, in their pool they overcame Brighton College 14 points to 7. Then they dispatched Kirkham Grammar 38 points to 10. Earlier on in the competition, wins against the likes of Solihull, Pocklington and Warwick Schools. Those in the stages that they played yesterday. So We're looking forward to this one. We've had some great rugby played so far today. Our thanks, of course, to Jack Zorab, who was part of our commentary team for the morning session up till around lunchtime. Great to be hearing that so many of you are tuning in via the live stream, and you can keep in touch with us. Hashtag RPNS7s live. As the restart goes straight out, and that is not the ideal start for Hampton School, giving away the free kick immediately to Cowbridge Comp. Big shout on the man running around the corner. Cowbridge showing a bit of patience, then the defensive man from Hampton comes up, but then Hampton are able to intercept that, and he fancies going round the outside, but he checks himself because he knows he hasn't got the pace to get to the corner, allows himself to be tackled, but now then this young man's got away from his tackler. He's brought down metres short, and Cowbridge turn it over. Oh, a little bit of piggy in the middle style there. Can Cowbridge counter-attack right from their own try line? Gone for the chip ahead. Who's got the better flat-out speed? They've done really well there, Hampton. Look after that one. Suck in two of the Cowbridge defenders, but they ruck through it. Ball is quickly popped up. Sun is out here, and well, you'd almost suggest it's a little bit warm. Nicest conditions of the week perhaps for the players. They might almost fancy the sun going in so that they can regulate their temperature a bit. It will be quite warm out there, getting a real stride on. Patience here from Hampton. We're still scoreless in this one. Man gets through, looks to try and offload. Cowbridge, now the team in possession. Both teams just handing it over to each other really in periods, almost inviting the other one on to say, what have you got? Obviously neither wanting to give up possession. It's there for Cowbridge again. This game so far largely in this midfield area. We've had a little break from Hampton down to one end, but Cowbridge able to run that back without conceding. Now they're trying to create in the middle here. Little shape to two potential runners, and then he gets around and doesn't get rid of the tackler. I think he hoped that that handoff might be effective, and all he's done is thrown it infield to Hampton. It's a big hit on that young man, and a penalty against Cowbridge, not rolling away there. That ball booted into touch to just take play a little further downfield and into the Cowbridge territory. Scrum to Cowbridge. This has to be one of the longest periods of play we've seen here, certainly from kickoff in a game without a score. That's how tight this one is. Winner of this one will go through to play St Joseph's College or Woodhouse Grove School. That match coming up after this one. Then in the Cup we have Millfield against Wellington. That's an incredibly big encounter for a semi-final, and that will be followed by John Fisher against Sherborne. So, little chip over the top from Hampton, and he's now getting away. The chase is on, but he might have too much gas, and we might finally see our first score. Content with scoring it in the corner. Defence was there to stop them getting closer to the uprights if it's going to come down to minor points. Conversion, he's certainly got some good height on it, but it goes wide. Cambridge Comprehensive School 0, Hampton School 5. This is real pace that got him through down on that left-hand side. Well, that restart not tidy, and that's how Hampton started the game. Cowbridge have got to try and take advantage here while they have possession. They're behind on the scoreboard now. Could have done with his winger coming in to play support there. Now they've got some real width. Hampton keen to try and make them force those wide passes. Oh, now then, there's a crossfield kick to send the winger after it. It's bouncing pretty strongly towards that touchline. It was well gathered, but the momentum was going towards the touchline, and that's where the defence was able to shepherd the man in possession. It will be a line out to Hampton School. And Hampton acknowledging there wasn't too much time left of the first half, so with the lead and under pressure on their own line, they'll pop that one into touch. Half-time score in this semi-final, it's a tight old affair. Cowbridge Comprehensive 0, Hampton School 5. We'll be back underway shortly. Keep your correspondence coming into us. We'll check that feed very shortly. Hashtag RPNS7s Live. We'd love to hear from you and who you expect to win the plate and the open competitions. Plenty of finals coming up for you this afternoon. Early knock-on from the kick-off, so Cambridge School will have an early opportunity second half.
Hold it, Ronan. Jack.
Hampton back with possession. I think they've got a bit of width on this left side. They were certainly calling loudly for it, but just fumbling it. Ball's in from Tunbridge. He didn't have a lot of time to get that away before his opposite number scragged him round the base of that scrum. Support line suddenly saw that there might be a chance of a late offload there, but in fact turnover now for Hampton, and looking to get away. It's a real chase. He's gone for the glory tap tackle, but it's Hampton's second try. And the conversion point in a much easier place than the first. 10-0. The extras added. Cowbridge Comprehensive School 0, Hampton School 12. If you missed the news, Hartpury College are out. They've turned up with a very strong team to the competition, as you could expect from an outfit of their quality, but they are out. Sherborne's 29-12 win was enough to keep them in the hunt for the semi-final place, which they've secured. Sherborne against John Fisher, our second cup semi-final, which will be at 4 o'clock. Sherborne winners at Twickenham against Oakham on Wednesday in the under-15s Vase. Well, patience there from Cowbridge. They needed to get a man there. They need to get down the other end though. Plenty of time in a game of sevens to get a couple of tries, but Cowbridge haven't quite had enough to do so far. They haven't done enough to trouble the Hampton defence. Trying to do so now though, and they make a good 20-25 yards, although Hampton seem relaxed enough defensively to let them do so to begin with. But then the man steps inside at the end, and that's a great finish. And they do get a score. Now, is it near enough to make that conversion achievable? Only needs 1 out of 2 tries to be converted if they're going to tie this game, but they'd be feeling pretty good if they could get this first one. They might want to be a little bit quicker about it. Got some good height on it, but conversion goes begging. Cowbridge Comp 5, Hampton School 12. Will be just have another little look at the man breaking through and getting over. Just too strong for Hampton there, and well, this restart crucial. And the man was taken in the air. Cowbridge a little too eager there. There is still enough time for Cowbridge, but indiscipline at the restart at moments like that won't help them. This will be a good opportunity for Hampton to apply a bit more pressure on the team in pink. Line out's well won. Hampton man has got 2 Cowbridge defenders hanging off him. Then the ball's a little loose, but it's well held on to. Oh, and then a lovely little feint as he looked to go through one gap. Now foot to the floor to try and get to the corner. Tackle has held on brilliantly. And then Cowbridge with the turnover. Ball played back in field. Converted try would tie things. Got a bit of a way to go now, but that number 23's got a fair bit of pace. He's got to be careful of how close he gets to that try line. Oh, sorry, touch line. Manages to get the ball back in field. Hampton not wasting any time in just booting that ball out. Cowbridge Comprehensive 5, Hampton School 12. Hampton's line out. Cowbridge opting out of competing at the top of the line. Bit of a catch and drive to set up to begin with, but by our clock we think we're out of time, but this man's got away on this side. His defender was floored. Cover tackles coming across. They've asked for the kick across field. Bounces once, man manages to gather it, and then the try is scored. Really good teamwork and communication from Hampton, and that will see off the challenge of Cowbridge. Hampton with that score. And considering the time is out, are through to the plate final. Teams congratulating each other just as the conversion attempt comes, which goes up. Here's the little crossfield number, little chip through. Good support, well aware that he was about to be tackled, just knocking it off to his supporting runner. And we have a final score in this first plate semi-final of Cowbridge Comprehensive 5, Hampton School 19.
Probably speaking to the wrong man, to be honest. No problem.
So we've seen our first open plate semi-final, and now it's time for our second. This one between St Joseph's College Ipswich and Woodhouse Grove School. Two teams making their way onto the field now. So St Joseph's College Ipswich in the red and white to get us started. Kicking off to Woodhouse Grove School, and little nippy number 9 has got that ball and he's absolutely streaking away. What a bit of individual skill this could be if he goes all the way. He's decided to run to the furthest point on the field to try and shrug off the tacklers. And try has been given. But goodness me. If he was able to go on a longer run, you wonder he might have kept it shorter and gone under the posts. Obviously not wanting to cut in and go for the posts where the defending runners were narrowing down the space on him. It's a great opening score though, after a pretty tight, cagey affair in the last semi-final. That's a great opening score in this second semi to get us underway. Woodhouse Grove with the restart. St Joseph's College, Ipswich 0, Woodhouse Grove 5, but here comes St Joseph's. Little out the back of the hand pass. Man who made the pass just taking a little while to get back onside or back behind his man. Now then, ball flicked out to that boy on the wing there, and here goes St Joseph stepping out of a second tackle. They've got men queuing up to try and finish this one, and the defence is not there. Mind you, chase is on at the last second, but St Joseph's able to get through for the score, and this will be a much easier conversion attempt for the opportunity to give St Joseph's the lead. St Joseph's College 7, Woodhouse Grove 5. Couple of minutes played then, just 2 points in this one. Here go Woodhouse Grove again, couple of runners to his right. Wanted to use them more as decoys. That's where the St Joseph's defence was. He did end up with support on his left side though, and offloads out of the tackle, and Woodhouse Grove have a second score. Good conversion. Woodhouse Grove get to double figures, 12-7 in this first half of this second Open Tournament Plate semi-final. We have the two Open semis to follow this one. Woodhouse Grove with the restart. St Joseph's just dragged into touch. That's what Woodhouse Grove will want. Opposition with possession, but as soon as they can effect the turnover, sooner they can try and make the most of it and compound the advantage of the one score that they have. Here come St Joseph's trying to create. Oh, now then, ball's just scooted out, but He's knocked it on and trying to pick it up. St Joseph's just trying to side through a gap there. But two defenders marshalling them well. Might have been useful for the winger to cut in off his wing, maybe take that little intercept ball. Attempted show and go from Woodhouse Grove, but it will be a penalty to St Joseph's as Woodhouse go off their feet trying to secure it, and this could be a good chance for the boys in red and white. Looks to try and create something. There was maybe a little touch of crossing in the midfield, but nothing too serious, and referee happy enough. The try is scored and the conversion to come. So the misconversion there means we are at 12 points apiece, and that is half time. Fascinatingly poised for the second half then. St Joseph's College Ipswich 12, Woodhouse Grove School 12. Arguably St Joe's could be in the lead if they'd have nailed that relatively simple conversion effort, but we're all square at the break. Second half to come. In about 10 minutes time we will have the first cup semi-final from the Open tournament. Millfield against Wellington, real mouth-watering clash that one. Do stay with us for that. But now we've got the second half kicking off between St Joseph's College and Woodhouse Grove. Woodhouse Grove in the green and gold, playing from right to left. It was they who took the lead. Took the lead twice in that first half, but it's all square. St Joseph's, well, looking to try and get ball, but penalty for Woodhouse is taken quickly. Tackler is there. Woodhouse are going to have to try and use their hands, and they've got width here if they can use it. Oh, now then, should it have gone? Should it have gone? They'd better get in now or he'll be ruining that opportunity. That's real strength, and he does get there. Woodhouse Grove making sure in the end, but just worrying moments that they weren't going to finish that, and there'd have been some questions if they hadn't. But the number 9 determined to get through, and he did. Conversion missed at this end. So there's the overlap where he could have and should have perhaps given it. Got it to the number 9, who decided that he was going to go route 1. And he's straight through. Conversion goes begging though, so just 5 points the gap. St Joseph's 12, Woodhouse 17 from the restart. St Joe's right on their own line. And Woodhouse Grove playing a 6-1 defence. They've got the sweeper and they might need him here, because here comes St Joseph's. Oh, and he's cut inside the last man a bit too easily there. There's no point having the sweeper if he's not going to be effective. And St Joseph's will get under the posts and bag what should be a simple 7 points. Adds the extras. St Joseph's into the lead then. Well, this comes from the centre making the pass and creating the extra man over on that far side. And then is Gas stepping back inside the last defender. And with no other defenders around, no one to dissuade him from scoring under the posts. So that's led it to being 7 points, and St Joseph's now in the lead for the first time. Or sorry, for the second time in the game. Largely down to being able to add the conversion. Good play down this near touchline from Woodhouse. Just two players there doing their best, playing together. Now Woodhouse can hear cries of hands, but pass not going to hand, and they've got to be careful there. A little bit loose on the floor, but now gets through one tackle. Oh, he's thrown that out the back of the hand. I thought it was going to get to the touchline before it was gathered. They've done well to hold on to possession. Oh, now man in the middle has done an almost full splits there. But Woodhouse distracting with circus skills, trying to get through. Oh, well, they do get through. High wire act and splits to distract St Joseph's, however it comes for Woodhouse. I did ask Chris Cratton earlier in the week, what is it about sevens that when the players get to scoring the tries, they suddenly do it in slow motion once they're over the whitewash? He said it's just because we're tired. Try scored and converted. St Joseph's behind by a try. St Joseph's College Ipswich 19, Woodhouse Grove 24. This second half has really come alive. We've seen some good play. It wasn't the most conventional attack from Woodhouse to get that last try, but 7 points on the board, that'll do them. Now St Joseph's. What can they do from this position? They're going to have to come back in field, or one of the Woodhouse players, I think, sniffed the potential of an interception, but he wasn't there in time, and now the cover defence is going to have to get across. If St Joseph's have got any nous, they'll think twice about the effectiveness of the sweeper. He makes the tackle that time. Then another cover tackle in. One man brings him down, another one keeps him down. Penalty St Joseph's though, hands on the floor. Couple of minutes to go. St Joseph's have surely got to send it left. He's not going to need to. He backed himself. 24 points each. The scores are tied up on the scoreboard. Glorious sun is shining down here in West Wimbledon for the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. We've been streaming our coverage all week. It's been great to have so many of you tuning in. Well, goodness me, that drop goal effort was not one of the best, shall we say. Just a little dummy and away he goes. That's how that try was scored. Individual backing himself. Now then, high hanging restart taken by Woodhouse. How much do the 14 players on the field know about the scoreline? You can get lost in a game. with the conversions and bits and pieces. It's easy to lose sight of where you are and what you need to do. It's 24 points apiece. It's effective. Next try wins if they can get it before the clock runs out, of course. Otherwise we'll have a period of extra time, which becomes golden score anyway. That's pretty much the situation as it stands. Referee says ball taken in by Woodhouse. Turnover to St Joseph's as they hold that one up. Just down below our commentary position, Wellington are getting into the huddle ahead of their semi-final. Playing Millfield. What a huge match that'll be. Here comes St Joseph's. They break around the corner of that scrum. Oh, and he might go all the way here. The chase is on. It's an important chase, but it's an even more important score. And it goes to St Joseph's. It could be they who'll be facing Hampton School in the final of this plate competition. It was sheer pace in the end that took him away into the corner. You see so much of that in the sevens game. And I think the players know that we're out of time as the kick goes up. It's no matter. It was the try that was decisive. A great semi-final, really. A bit more entertaining than the previous one, although I suspect that between St Joseph's and Hampton School we might get an entertaining final. That will be coming up for you at 4:20 in around 40 minutes' time. Final score in the second plate semi-final then. St Joseph's, College, Ipswich are through. 29 points for them. Woodhouse Grove 24.
I called my happy yesterday.
So we now know the open plate final, but we've got two cracking games coming up for you now in the Cup, the Open Cup semi-finals, and our first one is this encounter. The two teams in front of you, on the left of your picture Millfield School, and on the right Wellington College. This semi-final arguably good enough to be a final. These teams will go through to face one of John Fisher or Sherborne School, and that match will follow this one. This matchup was the final in the Surrey Schools Cup final last week, and I know one of the men who was enjoying some of that coverage was Chris Cracknell, who's joined me. And Chris, what will we see in this one?
Well, last week was a tight matchup, went down to the wire. Millfield narrowly losing out there with a disallowed try right at the end of the game, so there's going to be no love lost between these two teams. This is certainly something that we thought would be billed as the final of the day, and certainly going to be a thrilling encounter.
Yes, we certainly hope it will be. Got a bit of team information on the Wellington side, coached by Kevin Brennan and Steve Shortland. Millfield, well, they've been here across the age groups all week at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, our 76th year, our first year of streaming the competition on live, and we're delighted so many of you have tuned in to catch the footage. Millfield in the red, blue and green, kicking off to Wellington in the yellow and the black with a little bit of blue in there as well. Ball is with Wellington and they play across their 22 calmly. Tom Parton just playing the ball back in, and Rory Brand with it, plays out to Sam Trowbridge. Trowbridge has got Connor Dolan on the outside, but Trowbridge might go all the way himself. He's going to need a final pass inside, and that is to Dolan. And Dolan has got someone chasing, but he's not going to get there, and that was sublime work to release the man. Trowbridge with the score.
Wow, showed a clean pair of heels there. Simple sevens.
Dolan with the score, sorry, from Trowbridge. And yes, Chris, really, really nicely set up. First blood, Wellington. Well, here come Millfield, a chance to reply for them, and he manages to hand off the first defender. Then the second tackler can't get to him, but by the time the third man does, the try's gone down. Immediate riposte from Millfield. Can they square it with the conversion though?
It's definitely going to be a tough conversion from out wide, but both teams proving how important it is to make sure you claim your restart, holding possession, and both teams able to unlock the other's defence.
Millfield with the conversion attempt. It was very close, but it wasn't quite good enough. So Millfield 5, Wellington 7. Simple case of Millfield getting the ball out wide and using the pace to get down the line. 2 or 3 tackles didn't quite match up. Little show from Will Wilson. Trowbridge to play scrum half. Will Brinkley to the midfield, Millfield midfield in on the tackle there. Trowbridge, who made that first try for Dolan. Strong in those challenges, but Millfield have broken through there. Really good turnover and close quarters stuff. And now have they got 3 on 2 down this side? They get it to the winger, who then cuts infield. Tackle is made. He's got to release that ball, and the referee not happy that he's done it quick enough. Man was isolated, as the referee says. The Wellington defender on his feet. Millfield man isolated.
A great defence there by Will Wilson, Wellington captain, and also definitely a bright star of the future. He was formerly a fly half, would you know, and he's now working in the back row. So he's got all the skills of a outside back, with the brawn to play up front.
Crucial combination. That kick to touch, nearly clean taking out our cameraman. Here go Millfield. Cutting back in field. Decent step round 1. Little show out the back of the hand to 2. Oh, and then he dummies a third time. That is absolutely beautiful from the Millfield number 10. Really great individual skill. Wellington bought everything he had to offer on his way to the try line there.
Well, as we get to these later stages, The unlocking of the defence becomes a bit harder, but Wellington defence over chase there. 13 playing in the fly half position, just changed his body angle, pushing far too far to the outside, making the option too easy for the Millfield attacker to then come back against the grain, and thus making it a lot of work for his forwards to try and snuff out.
Millfield into the lead. Conversion. It's not bad, but the assistants have a little look at each other and the flags do stay down, so just 3 points the difference. Millfield 10, Wellington 7. There's a dummy, then a sidestep, then another sidestep, then a dummy, and he's into the corner. What a great score from that individual. Oh, nearly a clean take from Millfield on the restart. Wellington with possession. Oh, now then, there's another strong fend, and that's the man that Chris Cracknell's talking about in Will Wilson. Outside back, turn back row. And this is really good interplay from Wellington. They then want to use the width to get in at the corner, which they do.
Wow, fantastic play by Wellington there. Will Wilson obviously leading the charge from the front as captain, but also being able to astute enough to keep the ball alive, and the Wellington support flooding the space and then moving the ball out wide to the wing, and that was a wonderfully worked Sevens try.
Oh, the support lines by Wellington just too good there. One tackle from Millfield, but the retreating defensive line just wasn't there quick enough. Two tries from Millfield from Josh Bayliss and Adam Hastings. Millfield 10, Wellington 12. Can Millfield get out in the last moments of this first half? There is a knock-on advantage coming. Can Wellington make it pay? They'll be patient with it. Now they come to the right. Have they got a little bit of individual magic to try and get through? Certainly a couple of steps to get rid of two Millfield defenders. Got a bit more work to do though, Wellington. Oh well. Rory Brand stepping, managing to fend off one of the tacklers. And then Wellington able to get over in the corner for try number 3. And that will open up a little bit of daylight. There is a conversion to come.
A little bit of lead being produced there just before the half time. It's now how Millfield will regather themselves at that point, and what their coach has got to say to them. Coached here by Mike Baxter, and of Sevens experience himself with Bath and with Scotland. So his words of wisdom are all important at half time.
So half time in this one then. Millfield 10, Wellington 17. It's beautifully placed. I think the highlight of that first half though, Millfield number 10, Adam Hastings, with a sensational couple of dummies to get his way into the corner. Bit of individual brilliance. 7 points the difference. Millfield 10, Wellington 17 at the break in this first Cup semi-final. Second half underway then. Adam Hastings with the ball. Scored that cracker of a try in the first half. It's getting pretty attritional there. Penalty advantage coming to Wellington. Big gap in the middle if they can exploit it, and here they go. Need a supportive run. It's a close quarters supportive line, and the ball popped up to him. And Wellington are just going to go round the corner. Try scored. Sam Trowbridge. He was provider in the first half, and now he scores one himself. And Wellington, with the first score of the second half, get themselves 12 points to the good.
Wow, Millfield just panicking slightly there, getting caught in around the breakdown, not able to fill the field, and as you saw, easy pickings for Wellington to go under the posts.
So that conversion gives Wellington a 14-point advantage. 2 converted tries required by Millfield now. Ball received by Millfield in their 22. And now Millfield with a bit more room down the left side, and there's a couple of individuals playing to each other, then the little pass through the legs, but well, they do manage to get it away. That was frightfully close as Wellington thought they might have an intercept. The play comes to the other side of the field. Then the cut back inside. Millfield are not out of this yet. Score goes down under the posts, and they waste no time with the conversion. 7 points the difference. Millfield 17, Wellington 24, and that was really good stuff from the Millfield school, and just a couple of changes being made there, but Chris, a crucial score.
Yeah, some fresh legs coming onto the field. Definitely a crucial score. All plays back down to the restart now. What Millfield choose to do, they've gone high. Got to make sure they get their forwards underneath it and claim that possession.
Paul just bobbling around a little bit. Two balls on the pitch for a moment there, and now Wellington. One show, and then he's got the strength to get through the penultimate defender, but the last line is strong. Ball loose on the floor, and Wellington knock it on. What can Millfield do from this opportunity? Little show there. Ball back in field. Wellington defence comes screaming across, but Millfield have got 2 men out on this left side. It's interesting that when you've got 2 players on one side, it draws the defence right across, but then Millfield step inside, get into the corner. He knows how important the kick is going to be. He made an extra 2 metres back in field, but it's still not going to be the easiest of chances.
Great interplay by Josh Bayliss once again there. He's been instrumental for them over the last couple of days at this tournament. Certainly keeping the ball alive well. Going over in the corner. The kick is all crucial. And he gets it. Wow, what a kick.
Goodness me.
Have not seen many of those this week.
Pressure on.
Stray kicking. But that certainly gets them back in the hunt. 24 all to play for. Millfield certainly owing this Wellington lot one from last week with a 3-on-1 that they let slip with the last play of the game. So restart is key again.
Well, the accuracy from that conversion so critical. Not too many ball skills or ball players this week would have nailed a pressure kick from out wide. but that was brilliantly dispatched. And now Wellington getting away again. Support line on the inside, and how quick is the chase? Oh, tackle's not going to get there. Connor Dolan is short now then. Referee's just going to have a word with his assistant here.
Well, there's
he's got his
movement and then there's quadruple movement, which I think that was.
He's got his hands on his head. I wonder if he's just. I wonder if he's just praying, but the referee's given it.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that is some pretty insufficient refereeing there. There's about 5 movements to the try line, and that could prove costly to Millfield.
Now certainly there is the rule about a second movement. I mean, in a moment like that when a player's absolutely broken away, you're almost, the advantage is to suggest he was destined to score the try. But I certainly take your point, the technicality, the laws are the laws.
Laws are there to be broken, I suppose, but you know.
3 movements we can see on the replay there.
Well, there you go. Replay doesn't lie either, does it? Same as stats.
That's the voice of Chris Cracknell, former England Sevens captain. My name's Nick Heath. We hope you're enjoying our live streaming coverage in association with Serious Stuff. Wellington back into the lead. They might have been worried they were squandering a 14-point advantage.
Well, we've seen Millfield do it before in this tournament. They definitely need to go to length here. Secure the line out. It's now all about that interplay and support.
In their 22. Oh, now then, it's Hastings looking to go again. He's got to find support. Swats away one tackler, then the ball pops up. Oh, support was there just to rescue that pass. Referee says play on.
Just about with the support. It was almost found wanting. And a great break from the number 10.
Millfield have managed to come this far downfield. They've still got a bit more work to do. They're going to have to get the conversion as well, don't forget. Well, we've seen them get one tricky effort from out wide. Appeals to the referee from both sides to make a decision. He gives the penalty in favour of Millfield. Now we make it that time is up on our clock. Now they go wide and the score is made.
Well, pressure kick. I think the cut would have been the better option there. Went for safety over what they needed, which is an easy conversion.
Well, how much more difficult is this effort going to be from the right-hand side? It's further out than their last effort as well. Referee is asking the players to move away. Adam Hastings with a crucial conversion to take this game to extra time. It's just gone wide. The referee shakes the player's hands. I think he's just trying to have a word with him, but it's not there. The assistants at the posts not giving it either. So a final score in what's been a gripping semi-final in the Open Cup competition of Millfield 29, Wellington 31. So we have one of our finalists, Wellington, being applauded off the field, winning that one by just 2 points. They were victorious in that Surrey Schools Cup final last week, pipping Millfield after Millfield had a try disallowed, and, well, Millfield are the wrong side of the result once more. Wellington into the 2015 Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Cup final. Who will they meet there? Well, two teams ready to do battle in our second semi-final.
Right, the final is... final is 5:20.
John Fisher School. We saw them get past colleague E. Kamoy earlier on, and they will take on Sherborne. Came through as one of the best runners-up. This should be another tasty encounter. John Fisher on the left of your screen as they run on, Sherborne on the right in the blue and gold. Sherborne quickly into the huddle. Last few positive words. Sherborne getting down on one knee. Tight last few moments. Ready to go on this one then. Chris Cracknell, John Fisher and Sherborne. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I haven't had the chance to see much of Sherborne apart from one match up earlier on against Wellington, and they certainly have a doggedness about them. John Fisher I watched last week, Surrey School Sevens, and they are another week wiser, probably another week on of development of their sevens, so they've been terrific today, and just looking forward to seeing what they bring to this encounter. And as we see, some great flowing rugby already and support off the ball.
Oh, here we do, and here come John Fisher, covering tackle from Sherborne, just enough to bring his man down. Fisher then spread it to the right. It's just simple down the line stuff to begin with. Just using depth. Here come Fisher once more. They've got one man to isolate at the back, but then they're going to get through for the game's first score. Speaking to a couple of other journalists earlier, the likes of Nick Verdier from the Rugby Paper and Nick Simon, who's at the Mail, and they were saying they were fans of this John Fisher side. They certainly were from when they played in the competition last year. They've got the first score in this semi-final. Conversion goes wide. John Fisher though first on the score sheet, 5 points to 0.
It's great work rate from the John Fisher lads. Certainly one of the larger sides here, and slightly more physical, but also a terrific work rate for each other on and off the ball to make sure they're around the ball in defence and around the ball in attack.
Sherborne then with a chance to break now themselves. Oh, but the ball's thrown back in field, and it could be an intercept and run for Fisher here. They've got another man on the outside. Sherborne man is complaining about the pass. He says that it was forward. Referee checked with his assistant. I think he's now just going to have a little word with him. Try is awarded. Now that near side assistant has been refereeing all week. He's had a great tournament, but it doesn't look. I don't think he was really watching that pass there, Chris. He didn't seem to know an awful lot about it when he was asked by the referee there. And Sherborne may have a case, but
I think it might be a bit of a long week.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Of officiating.
It's been a long week in terms of commentary for you, Chris, as well, hasn't it?
No, come good enough. Come good enough.
We're still strong. We're still strong.
Peaks and troughs.
Absolutely.
It's great support play there.
Just
we keep
looking
banging on about it, I know, but we're really seeing great work from this John Fisher outfit, making sure that every time they've got the ball, they make it count and come away with points. Excellent restart there. Got up well, got his hand through to the ball, didn't necessarily worry about making sure he caught it, but making sure it went back his side so that his team could have possession.
Sorry, Chris, as we just look at the replay, that ball really did look flat, if anything.
They're not going to pump it up.
Quite possible that the... It's pun time.
It's been that long a week.
It has. That was excellent, I have to say. Excellent, Chris. I've been looking for this sort of commentary all week. We're finally there. We're finally firing on all cylinders. It's taken 88 matches, 92 matches streaming this week. We are 4 from the finish. And what a climax we have for you down here in West Wimbledon at the 76th Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. You're very welcome to our coverage. And John Fisher have the lead, 10 points to 0, and there's nobody at home down the short side. It's too easy for that young man as he scores try number 3 for John Fisher. Sherborne asking questions of the officials, but they've got to just get on with playing the game.
The message and I suppose lesson for all young players out there is you can only control what's in front of you, and there's no point in whinging and moaning to the referee because you're certainly not going to change his mind once the decision has been made. Sherborne having to just get on with it and get involved in the game, get their hands on possession and control what they can, rather than at the moment just getting drawn into whinging at the referee far too much.
I'm not quite sure what Sherborne were complaining about, but John Fisher crashing down the channel and over the line. Here comes Sherborne. What can they create of their own? Crossfield kick. That's very nicely taken by the winger.
He was definitely in front of the kicker there.
We've seen.
He's obviously had a long week and he keeps missing things, but that probably wasn't a knock on.
We've
cynicism's dropped into me now.
We've seen a few teams using that crossfield kick in exchange for a pass. It's good to know that you've kept up your critique and consistency all week, Chris. Reminded by our production team of your words of comparing yourself in a game against Samoa with some of the prep schools on Monday. So glad to know that. Much the same.
Caldecott, Samoa, just the same as John Fisher versus Fiji.
There we are.
It's all the same. It's all relative.
John Fisher 15, Sherborne 0. In this second cup semi-final, the winner of this one will go through to play Wellington. They won't fancy that much. They'll fancy the chance of taking them on, though.
Well, the Wellington coaches are both below us here, casting a keen eye while the rest of their charges get their rest. So obviously making a few notes.
Here come John Fisher again. Sherborne, well, I wonder whether Sherborne were lying all over the top of that, but referee, I think, more concerned with the fact that
potentially yes, but also John Fisher's support wasn't there, so good refereeing really, because it would have been a turnover.
Good chase from Fisher.
So that's why the Sherborne attack just shows that little bit of naivety. John Fisher and the other teams that we have seen have all kept the ball alive in those areas, and that's why they've gone through to the final. Sherborne there just running up a touchline blindly without keeping the ball alive. That was an opportune moment for them to get in and make a scoring effort, and now it gives time for John Fisher to regroup, catch their breath.
Half-time score then, John Fisher 15, Sherborne 0. Still plenty of time for both of these sides. Sherborne could come back into it, but John Fisher looking pretty comfortable as they bid for a date with Wellington in the Open Cup final. Coming up after this, we've got the girls' ACER final and the girls' Open final. And then the Open Cup final at 5:20, followed by the presentations. You can catch it all here on the live stream. Hashtag RPNS7s live. Do keep in touch with us, and we would love to hear from you. Second half gets back underway. John Fisher tried to play that one over the top, but it came forward off a Sherborne hand. Scrum down to Fisher. Fisher looking to break. Oh, straight through the middle now. Chases on from Sherborne, but they're not going to catch him. Try number 4.
As we see what seems to be a little bit of a mismatch, I'm wondering, just here, Nick, how much this being a bit of an easier run for the John Fisher lads that will have an effect when you come to the final. Obviously Wellington having a tight match-up and a right arm wrestle with Millfield, and I'm just wondering how much of an effect that will have. John Fisher certainly, you know, getting a wind in their sails and getting their tails up, be brimming with confidence going into that final.
Well, I guess converse to that, the other part is the fact that Wellington will have had an extra game off and 20 minutes extra rest than John Fisher by the time they get to that final. So an easier match versus a little longer to recover.
True. Very true.
John Fisher taking that restart really well. He's almost going to go all the way himself. I think Sherborne have pretty much had enough of this one. Oh, now referee has... No, it's not the try. It's just gone forward at the end.
One thing of note that the Wellington coaches will have to be taking down here is what to do regarding the restarts. They looked a little bit soft on the underbelly when Millfield kicked the ball up high against them, and it's something that we've seen here from John Fisher is fantastic skill at the restart. Great height on the kickoff and also ability to get underneath the ball.
So some opportunity for Sherborne to get away from their own line down the narrow side, and they keep going. Oh, that's a big tackle into touch. He's all right. Well, that was a good chase from Fisher, and they just weren't going to allow the Sherborne man to get away. Some breaking news in rugby union in general. Chief Executive of England Rugby 2015, Debbie Jevons, has stepped down for personal reasons. That's an interesting time of year with less than 6 months to go to the World Cup, but obviously personal reasons are what they are. As John Fisher looked to go in and get another score now then. Did he score that or was it thrown away? Referee happy enough with it.
John Fisher breezing their way through this final. They've certainly been one of the teams that slipped in under the radar going into the semi-final matchup, and it certainly seems like there should have been people keeping an eye on them slightly more than we have realised.
Fisher looking to try and get going again. 29-0. They've got the lead in this one. Then the ball pops up. Sherborne unable to capitalise. Great support from John Fisher's teammates, but give away the penalty there. Sherborne not managed to get on the scoreboard yet in this one. Will they have a consolation score? It seems the semi-finals, they've come through as a best runner-up, and they've competed well enough throughout the competition. They will get a consolation score as their number 5 touches down. But we have our cup final, Wellington against John Fisher.
Certainly is a bit of a cliche, but too little, too late for Sherborne.
I mean, I guess that's the nature of being a best runner-up in this format of the competition, that 3 best sides have got through to the quarters for winning their quarter-final pools. Great to see Sherborne making it this far. But John Fisher just proving too strong for them. As we were saying earlier, John Fisher will have, well, 20 minutes less time to recover. But have they had as physical an encounter to deal with? Oh, that is an absolute gift for Sherborne. They're going to get 2 scores. Or are they? Chases onto the corner. Now then, did I speak too soon? Ball is loose. Was it knocked on it? Well, it came off a boot, I think the referee's saying to begin with, but he's had enough. Sherborne didn't get their second score. I was a bit early with that call, but John Fisher have done the business to get through to the cup final here with a final score in the semi of John Fisher 29, Sherborne 7. So our first final of the day is upon us then here at the 2015 Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Hampton School, well, they came past Cowbridge Comprehensive by 19 points to 5 in their match, and they're playing up against St Joseph's College, who had a great semi-final against Woodhouse Grove School, and they got past that one by 29 points to 24. So these are the two sides that will contest the open plate final as they fight for the first piece of silverware of the day. Hampton School against St Joseph's College Ipswich as they run onto the field. St Joseph's on the left of your picture as they ran in the red and white, and Hampton School were on the right of your picture, and they are in the gold, black and white.
It's the room next to it. I've got two rooms. I've got one and then the one next to it. Come on, Jones! Well, we've got to go back. That's got everything I've got. It's got everything. You have to go back. Come on.
St Joseph's with a chance of the early break, having got the ball back from the kick-off. That's a great opening score. They certainly had the more free-flowing semi-final. If they keep up that style in this final, well then, they will look good for it. Hampton School unable to deal with that first attack. Hampton, they're 7 against 6 at the moment because one of the St Joseph's players is down. He's just getting back. He's taken a bit of a knock, I think. Referee not looking to stop the game just yet, but he's now awarded a penalty to St Joseph's, and well, they're going to have to create an extra man without enough men. Trying to create and make the space down this near side. Spectators might want to back off a little bit there. It can get a little bit aggressive and spicy if you're too close to the action. One of our spectators took a bit of a knock earlier in the week by being a little bit too close to the sidelines. That'll learn you. Oh, now then, Hampton going in, trying to get that ball back. He's on his feet and he wins possession and the penalty. That's really strong work from the Hampton number 2.
St Joe's making seriously hard work of that. They had a lot of space out wide and they just chose not to move the ball into it, continually picking and going, trying to play this short game. And I think Hampton deservedly so. The arrogance of St Joe's attack proving to be their undoing.
Hampton 0, St Joseph's 7. Kick wide from Hampton, looking for this winger. Here comes St Joseph's again. Fades one way, then goes the other. He's got real gas.
Well, he is isolated, so he's going to have to pin his ears back.
Chase is on. They're going to try and get him into touch, which they manage. The assistant on the far side He's finally arrived, and the flag is up. That's a little unkind, isn't it, to our lovely officials? But
I've probably refereed or officiated 30,000 games this weekend. Very unkind to him.
All in jest, of course. St Joseph's coming round the back of that line out. Now they've got room if they can flick it wide. Oh, pass has been lost. Then it's through the leg stuff. Could almost have gone through the legs once more. Tries to wriggle away from that first tackle. Looks for someone to pop it up to. He hasn't released that on the floor. Penalty to Hampton. I was close enough to that. I could almost shout the offence onto the referee, but he was there on the spot. And
Ref's got white boots. He must be quick.
There you go. Awful lot of officials required for the week here, and they do a superb job. Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens couldn't be without them. Hampton trailing by 7 points to 0. We saw a slightly slower paced game in their first semi-final as they took on Cowbridge. They managed to win that one by 19 points to 5 in the end. St Joseph's had a rollicking game against Woodhouse Grove. But now, here go Hampton, they're chasing that kick downfield. St Joe's are going to get there first. Tackle is made, he's got to release it. Tackler's got to release the tackled player, which he does. Then he goes back in for the ball and wins it. Flings it wide. Then back in field. Hampton, just struggling to get close enough. Are they going to spin this out to the right? Ball is loose. Can Hampton get themselves onto the score sheet? It's been a tiring old game this for both sides, but now Hampton will break through. Conversion will be crucial to tie the scores up on the break.
Hampton being rewarded there for some outstanding defensive efforts on their own line, and then some fantastic footwork to put them underneath the posts for that score.
Not a clean conversion. I think he hit our cameraman as well. Half-time score, Hampton 5, St Joseph's College Ipswich 7. Second half to come of this plate final. After this, we've got some presentations we will present to the winner of this. We've also had the girls AASE competition going on today, and that has been a round robin competition, and we will be presenting to the winners of that one as well. That's before we bring you the girls open final at 5 o'clock, followed by the men's open final at 5:20. Do stay with us on this live stream and keep in touch with us via hashtag RPNS7sLive. Who are you supporting? Who are you expecting to win this tournament? Well, Hampton are ready to get started for the second half. St Joseph's looking like they just needed a bit of a meeting and a last bit of a chat before they decided who's going to be starting this one. St Joseph's gather the restart. A second half for one of these sides to put a marker down. Just 2 points between them. Hampton 5, St Joseph's 7. And here goes St Joseph's. Good half break by the one player, and then the support is going to get there and get away as well. That's a good early score for the second half. St Joseph scored early on in the first half as well. It then slowed down a little bit after that. But try number 2.
As you said, great support lines. Great work keeping the ball alive. More like the first opening minutes of St Joseph's rugby. And certainly Hampton have it all to play for. Need to get themselves back into this matchup. 9 points down at the moment.
Hampton 5, St Joseph's 14. Oh, that's a lovely bust through tackles from Hampton School, and then the runners come flooding through to support the man in possession, but now the chase is on. Those runners might still need to support the man in possession. He gets the first bit of attention of the defence away, and then has the wherewithal, not held, to get back to his feet and touch the ball down closer to the posts.
As you said it, support was key there. Busting line break is fantastic, followed by some outstanding support play. There were still 3 or 4 guys in support there that could have scored from Hampton School. They're right back into this matchup with a conversion to come.
Good conversion from Hampton. Hampton 12, St Joseph's 14. St Joseph's, they've got the advantage by 2 points.
Interchanges being made here by St Joseph's, some fresh legs being brought on. And a long 2 days for them. Fresh legs duly needed.
Might be dropping a bill to Hamptons because their conversion has taken out our camera at the far end. We've just lost that position, the ball smacking the camera dead on. Good drag into touch from St Joseph's. Knock on from Hampton on their own line, so this scrum will put them under pressure. Messages starting to come in ahead of the cup final, which will be at 5:20. Chasey Croydon, Chase Thompson saying, "Come on, John Fisher Sport, good luck in the final, lads." Hashtag Fisher Flair. Will we see any Fisher Flair against Wellington? Tough opposition they will be, no doubt. Hashtag RPNS Sevens Live if you'd like to get your thoughts to us ahead of what should be a gripping final.
2-1-2. Mike's back.
We've got a close final in the plate here right now. Hampton 12, St Joseph's 14. St Joseph's could be in for their third though. Arm goes up from the referee and they extend their lead.
Certainly plenty of back and forth in this game. St Joseph's just using the width nicely there to go over in the corner. Pressure on the kick, but they are starting to eke away in this final matchup.
Hampton 12, St Joseph's 19. Conversion not made, so doesn't change an awful lot for Hampton. Converted try. That's what they need. That would tie up the scoreboard. Oh, now man taken in the air. If anything, he was assisted in the air from not falling so heavily there. Hampton. Good physical stuff there, but referee is bringing them back for the penalty for the man taken in the air. He was playing the advantage.
Good option, taking a little bit of the field. Try and a conversion is needed to get them level. Pressure on Hampton here. Make the most of this attack and the most of this possession. Otherwise I fear they might be running out of time.
Got the 5 o'clock Girls' Cup final confirmed, but before I read that out I might have to take some advice from a Welsh speaker, because I'm not going to get myself into trouble there, but that's coming up at 5 o'clock. Really good shove here from Hampton, and it's going to try and be a 14-man maul.
About to see it again.
Interesting thing will be when it stops moving. No, they break down the short side. He's in.
Well,
conversion to bring them level is going to be critical.
Well, we've seen it once already this week. They didn't manage to go the whole way, but that is a 7-man driving line out in a shortened version of the game, which is known for its expansion and free-flowing rugby. Up the jumper stuff there.
I'd have liked to have seen what would have happened if the referee had said scrum half, you've got to use it. There was no one outside him. Just thrown it on the floor and run after it himself, maybe. This is a big, big conversion. There is time left, I think. Struck it well, but it's gone by on the near side. No, that is going to be the final act. Well, Hampton, they fought valiantly, but they are noble runners-up. The heads go down from a few of their players, but St Joseph's were deserving of that victory. It was a tight match, but it has finished Hampton 17, St Joseph's College, Ipswich 19. And we have our first silverware winners of the day. St Joseph's, the open plate champions. So stay with us. We've now got a couple of presentations for you before we reach the finals at 5 o'clock. In about a quarter of an hour's time, we have the presentation to those winners, St Joseph's, with runners-up Hampton, and then we also have the presentation for the girls' ACER competition. So stay with us for those before we bring you the girls' open final at 5 o'clock, followed by the cup final in the men's competition at 20 past. Stay with us here on the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens live stream. Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us on this, the final day of the HSBC National School Sevens here at Rosslyn Park. We're delighted to have had so many people here over the course of the week, and of course many of you tuning into the live stream. It's been excellent and very enjoyable commentating on that. So delighted to be joined on stage by a former England Sevens captain, so please put your hands together for Chris Cracknell. Thank you, Chris. So first of all, we have a girls' ACER competition to award, and just before I get to that, it's a moment to thank our sponsors, HSBC, eTeach, Serious Stuff and School Sport. Thank you to all of them for their involvement in this fantastic week of schools competitions. So now, please put your hands together for the ACER Girls Champions. It's Harpreet! The ACER Girls Champions, Harpreet! Harpreet available to rent as a choir as well there. No doubt many of those girls wanting to follow in the footsteps of Danielle Waterman, Rugby World Cup winner last summer in France, of course. So now it's time to announce our next piece of silverware, and what a plate final we saw. First of all, I think it's worth a round of applause for our runners-up, and those are Hampton School, of course. But where we have our runners-up, of course, we have our champions, so please put your hands together. They fought competitively and bravely all day and yesterday. It is the Open Plate champions, St Joseph's College, Ipswich. The Open Plate winners, St Joseph's. Give us a nice big cheer on three for the cameras, boys. 1, 2, 3. Lovely stuff, thank you guys. Well, we'll be back here for the presentations after the Open Girls final and, of course, the Open Cup final. So we look forward to seeing you here very, very shortly.
How long did that last? Well, no, see, like, it lasted. She worked in the summer, so, like, my mum kept her alive because she was at home. And then as soon as she got back to uni, she just stopped doing everything. And I was so impressed for, like, for quite a while before I was, like, going to the gym. She had a gym membership, and she was going like maybe every second day. Because at school, I saw her in the gym, which I was training. She was like, I'm just running till I get to 100 calories. That's so pathetic. That's so tragic.
So following the presentations, we are now back in position for continued commentary on this Girls Open final, and following this the men's final, and that is the first try of the game going in the left hand corner, and that is Broadenofor School getting over, and I just saw coach Carl Jones on the sideline, and well, he'll be pleased that they've gone ahead. Avon Valley School is their opposition, and first blood to Broadenofor. Presentations taken place then for the girls' Acer. Congratulations to Hartbury and of course to St Joseph's College Ipswich, who are the winners of the Open Plate.
It's obviously the first time we've had the girls' game live on our screens, but they've been fiercely competing it out over the many pitches that have seen some fantastic rugby over the course of this week here at RE1. And it just goes to show the great expansion of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, that we now have such top flight competition from right through the ages and right through girls and boys rugby.
Also put a word out to Dom Shabu and his team, who have managed to very successfully put another great year's worth of competition together. Down here on Wimbledon Common there are countless numbers of pitches, and one of the key details, they come in and set the whole thing up over the course of about a week ahead of the tournament starting. It really is quite an operation, and it is a very slick operation as well. So congratulations to all of the volunteers and the officials and exhibitors here who have helped make this such a great week. We've had hailstorms and bright sunshine. I think I got sunburnt yesterday, believe it or not. Quite ridiculous. So what have Avon Valley School got here? Down on the scoreboard. Do keep in touch with us, of course. We have this final to conclude, and we have the Men's Cup final to come. that will be fought out between Wellington and John Fisher. If you're from either of those schools and you're tuning in ahead of that one, send us your messages. We'd love to hear how you think that one's going to go. Well, this is a brilliant break, and the support run is there, and good hands. And Ammon Valley get under the posts to equalise. Great try, good break down the left-hand side, and the support run on the inside was well made and well received in terms of the pass. The conversion is good, so Ammon Valley come from behind to take the lead.
We've talked about it all week in the men's game, and it's great to see it in the girls' game as well. That support lines, that work rate off the ball to track inside, the old Ben Gollings line as we've called it now, tracking upside the inside of the field, making the pass and then following your pass, working tirelessly off the ball, reaping the benefit of tracking the runner.
That's the voice of Chris Cracknell, former England 7 skipper. My name's Nick Heath, and you're very welcome to our live feed this afternoon. Just a little juggle of the ball, and well, the Broaden effort players are going to have to try and get back and support that young lady with the possession. Ball's gone backwards according to the referee. And then a big turn of pace, and one hand off. Gets away from the second, but high tackle. Well, no, I'm not quite sure what that signal's for from the referee. She's given it to Ammon Valley School. And Ammon Valley busting through the middle. Offload made. Try number 2. One penalty decision has turned that around.
Well, there's that fantastic support play as well, and also great realisation to hit the line at pace, hit the gap at pace, and then as you passed, you followed, you track inside, you reap the benefits for it. Great advertisement here for rugby in general, let alone women's rugby, about how to play that tracking the inside line.
So conversion is wide, but Ammon Valley in control on the scoreboard. They lead at the break. Broaden Effort 5, Ammon Valley School 12. So Broaden Effort School to get us started. They were first on the scoreboard in that first half, but they've gone down to 2 tries from Ammon Valley. A curious penalty decision that I'm not quite at the bottom of, but 2 tries to 1 to Ammon Valley. But there comes a penalty to Broaden Effort. looking to run down into this corner, and this girl's got some pace. She wants to try and get around two of them. She's bundled into touch, and well, she perhaps ran out of support there, maybe thinking she could go it all alone, and it needed to be a bit more of a team effort.
Yeah, 100% right there, Nick. Could have used the pull out, pulling herself out, you know, got all that way, sucked so many defenders across, slammed the brakes on, come back, move the ball across the park, trust her hands, trust the ball, and the ability of the rest of her team to move the ball to the other touchline, as we see so often in team play.
Line out throw from Ammon Valley is won by Broadenough, and Ammon go in with their hands to try and wrestle that back. It's not released by the team in green, Broadenough, so it's going to be a chance for Ammon Valley to try and get away from their own 22, but the ball is knocked on there, and just a little bit of basic skills letting them down. Privileged enough to spend a fair bit of time with Gary Street, the Women's Rugby World Cup winning coach, and he is such a believer in raw skills. This could be a bit of raw pace, but she's well scragged. That's good defence on the chase back from Broadenough, but the support run is there, and I don't think they're going to catch her. It's try number 3 for Ammon Valley, and they open up some real daylight now between themselves and Broadenough.
Well, it was a great initial break, wasn't it? Clever enough to show the dummy, go through the gap, and then that support play, as we've talked about, has been ever present, and just on the shoulder, and just clever enough to keep the ball alive from the floor, looking around for a support, lifting ball nicely, and the girl in the scrum at plenty of wheels to burn to go under the post.
Broadenough 5, Ammon Valley moving to 19 with that one. Ball is in. Ammon Valley in control of this one at this stage, as the long shadows cast across the Richardson Evan pitches here, RE1, where we've been focused all week. 92 matches of streaming sevens rugby have been on the menu for you this week, and we have the last one of those coming up for you after this match, the Men's Open Final. It'll be Wellington against John Fisher. But now that ball's popped up, and can Broadenough get away here? No, there's a good last tackle.
Keep the pressure on! Pressure on!
Broadenough brought down there. Oh, ball's just been knocked on, and now chance for Ammon Valley to counter-attack down the right-hand side. Goes back infield. No real need to get involved in the ruck there, but now the knock-on comes from Ammon Valley, and the referee's going to have to bring them back for that one.
Shame there's the knock-on there. Just intelligent play to come back infield, come back towards her support. Unfortunately, skill level just letting them down, and the ball going down there, breaking the play down.
What we've seen really more so from the Ammon Valley girls is an ability to look for each other and try and play together. Broadenough seem to take the ball in and look a little bit more isolated as individuals trying to create something, and although we've seen plenty of individual flair over the course of this tournament, it's only when it's been as part of a team effort, support lines, players not isolating themselves, that kind of thing, and that's where Ammon Valley have succeeded so far. Great tackle out on the wing there. Referees going to bring them back for the knock-on. This competition with the girls' final, hoping to help British Rugby find another Nolly Waterman or Maggie Alfonsi, maybe an Emily Scarrett, as Broadineffer go right down the wing with that young girl, and she's in the corner. That's a great try. 10-19 now the score. Could be a little bit of time for Broadineffer to get back into this one. Conversion to come. It's a tough conversion. She's happy to effectively just bluff taking it to get back to the restart. It is one thing that the women's game is not as strong in terms of the kicking part of the game, but that certainly does mean that at the highest level you can watch some fantastic ball in hands rugby. Ammon Valley gather the restart. Our clock says that we are out of time. Ammon Valley with possession. Oh, it's a real arm wrestle in there, and Broadineffer have in fact come out on top. Ammon Valley coming away with the ball. There's too much on the scoreboard for Broadineffer to overturn, but they could make the scoreboard look a little tighter if they could get a converted try. Ball is out wide, good hands from the winger, and then the fend, and she's off again, and the chase is on. There are 4 people after her here, and that challenge drags her straight into touch. Good physical collision, and that will be that. Congratulations to Ammon Valley. They are the girls' Open champions with a final score in this one of Broadineffer 10, Ammon Valley 19. And do stay with us, we'd love your predictions. Hashtag RPNS7s Live. We are down to our final game here of the 2015 Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. It's Open Cup final time. Wellington against John Fisher School. Don't go changing.
I'm going to go in and use this latch.
What the old live stream is?
thanks for having us. And now we're ready to go with the final of the open between Wellington College and John Fisher.
So while we await the start of the Open Cup final, just time to tell you about the Bucks University finals that will be taking place at Twickenham following this match. Do tune in to our coverage of that, which will be available via the RFU website and on the YouTube channel. We'll be streaming that match live for you to enjoy if you've not had enough rugby yet. We certainly haven't, and we have the final coming up of the competition. On the left of your picture we have John Fisher. Well, we've just, I think, lost that image briefly, but the teams are ready. John Fisher against Wellington. John Fisher going through their warm-up drills just before they came on. Wellington, who had that mightily tough encounter with Millfield. So here come our two teams then. It's our last game of the week, and what a week it's been. And joining me to continue his Herculean effort in the co-commentary box is none other than former England captain Chris Cracknell. And it is the Open final here at the 2015 Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Wellington, I would imagine, the favourites for this one, but let's find out what Chris Cracknell makes of it.
Well, it's been a fantastic week. We've seen some outstanding rugby. It's fantastic to see the girls take place, pride of place on the pitch as well this evening. And here we go into our final matchup. John Fisher, been outstanding, almost the underdogs of the tournament, have got all the way here to the final, sweeping everything before them to one side. Wellington, on the other hand, going the tougher route, certainly up against it in Millfield in that semi-final. It will be a hell of a matchup, and I, for one, am excited. It's been a long week, but it's been enjoyable, and I can't wait for this final.
Yes, absolutely. Wellington then, to get us started. Rory Brand with the number 4 on his back, coached by Kevin Brennan and Steve Shortland. They have the Surrey Schools Cup title under their belts. Will they add the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens as well? Or can John Fisher spring a surprise on them? Ball has just gone forward from Wellington there. So John Fisher will have possession inside their own 22.
This is one step further for John Fisher as well. They were at Surrey Schools last week. Didn't quite make it to the final there. Wellington obviously running out winners, beating Millfield in that final. So first taste of final opportunity for John Fisher here.
And at this sort of age group, Chris, will there be other competitions throughout the summer that these boys will be expected to take part in?
There's been a lot of school competitions leading up to this one. I think a lot of the schools now have bought into sevens, so a lot of schools, I know my old school, Shiplake College, certainly run their own event. Royal Grammar School down in Reigate run their own event. Portsmouth Grammar School run an event as well. So it all builds up and leads into this. That is one great shame, is these kids now will go into their exams, their finals, their A-levels. It's where they go from here and where they end up at the end of the conveyor belt.
Well, Wellington get a chance to break now. And this could be an opportunity around the outside, into the corner. Oh, the flag goes up. It's not going to be a score just yet.
There's that John Fisher doggedness, never say die attitude in defence as well, working tirelessly to get across, using the touchline as an eighth defender almost there to push him into touch.
Connor Dolan well, he would have thought that he was in at the corner there, but it's then won in the line by John Fisher, and they've got a chance to break out through one of their pacemen, trying to create the numbers in their own 22 to find a way around the Wellington defence that have got one sweeper back there. It's the 6-1. We've heard Chris Cracknell talk about the defence this week. Some fascinating things to learn, but now, just at the moment, Wellington thought they'd turn that over. They've then knocked it forward. But the first knock-on... first knock-on was from Wellington, so it is going to be the John Fisher foot in.
Good pressure there from the Wellington defence. Keeping all the pressure on John Fisher, making sure they stay well within their 22. So it's up to John Fisher to hopefully create something here, create an opportunity, get a one-on-one, get a bit of space, and try and penetrate that Wellington defence.
Can see Jack Leach, one of our viewers, interacting via hashtag RPNS7s live. He's saying come on Welly, and this could be Welly into the corner for the game's first score, and it is. Try scored by Wellington. Cheers go up from their supporters. Touchline lined with parents, and then we've got the stand over on the far side that's got fellow pupils and staff from the school. Conversion attempt from out wide on the right, or it hangs well. Just goes wide.
Go back to our point of the week, really, which has been about the defence and the teams that put it in tirelessly for each other. And Wellington there just never ever letting up with that pressure, and that's what caused the John Fisher turnover and what caused the try. So we'll see it again here with the long kickoff. Wellington will undoubtedly try and pressurise John Fisher into their 22. As I say, it causes a knock-on.
Well, it does cause an early knock-on. I think it did. Our referee might have said it went backwards. It's a little further over from our commentary position to have seen that with our naked eye, but referee signal that it went back. Oh, John Fisher playing a bit of hot potato back there as they try and create some space. Oh, that was an invitation for Connor Dolan to come crashing in. They'll take the knock on. It will be a Wellington scrum. Good moment to thank our other commentators as part of our team this week. Joshua Murray, who looked after affairs on Monday and Tuesday, and then Jack Zorab, who was here for this morning's session. Many thanks to those guys for a fantastic job in covering this, our first year of streaming the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Big shove from John Fisher, and they've won that scrum against their head, and a crucial one really, because Wellington will have fancied their chances of using that as an attacking weapon. That scrum. Now the ball is in the maul. Comes to ground. That will be turnover Wellington, and well, they'll be a little bit more alert to that shove this time, you'd imagine, Chris.
Yep, it's that defensive pressure we talked about. Great defensive shape by Wellington. They're able to get across and cover the field, but also keep their spacings as well. And we talk about keeping your spacings, keeping connected. It means that everybody is trusting in everybody around them. There's 7 men on the pitch. You do your job, look after your zone. Guy next to you does that, and you have that undoubted trust in one another.
Five points to nil. Wellington have the lead. Well, here comes John Fisher, trying to find a bit of room down this near side. Quick interplay. It's a good counter drive by Wellington, and then they get the pass away. John Fisher's defence is going to have to be wise to this as they come wider. Ollie Kitto trying to make some ground down that left side.
Fantastic defence there from John Fisher, using that touch line and shadowing them into touch. Brilliant work, great connectivity, and also not worrying about pace too much, knowing that he's got plenty of pace to burn to shut him down.
Just a few moments to go left in this first period. John Fisher win the ball from the line out. If they could get a score before half time, that would really give them hope for the second half. It's held up in there, just a gap of 5 points in this game, and then John Fisher come away with it, but that's a penalty to Wellington. And call goes out from Tom Parton to tell his winger Ollie Kitto to just go a little bit wider. They want to use their width and their pace, and they're also coming from deep. Anybody watching who's used to playing sevens, it's the depth that you can create. It's also a bit of individual brilliance, and we've just seen it there from Will Brinkley, and he's wanting to go all the way, but it's a good final tackle from John Fisher. But now they've got plenty of players who were sucked into that breakdown, and then it's an easy run in from Ollie Kitto, and that's how to drag the defence into a hole, and the gaps will then open up.
Yes, the tired legs, you can't fault their effort to work back there from John Fisher, but just losing their heads, losing their patience in defence by all capitulating into the ruck and allowing plenty of space for the Wellington playmakers to pick off what was left of John Fisher defence.
So half time in the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Open Cup Final. It's John Fisher 0, Wellington 12. Wellington looking good for it at this stage, but certainly, as we know, in this great form of the game, Rugby Sevens, anything can happen in 7 minutes of rugby. Do stay with us, second half to come. Second half ready to get underway then. Montel Marusova waits on the shoulder of George Simpson as he gets the second half started. From the restart, it almost saw the John Fisher defence go past the kick reception and nearly provided an immediate open field for Wellington, but now trying to create some open space all of his own. Ball's now a little bit scrappy, it's gone backwards, and what can Marusova do from this position? Starting to try and go for that right side. The tackle's good. Tries to pop the ball up, but it came off one of the Wellington players as he tried to stop that happening. And it will be a scrum to John Fisher.
All just getting a little bit scrappy here. John Fisher not out of it yet, only 12 points down. Wellington just crumbling a little bit under the pressure there. Wayward offload. Opportunity now for John Fisher to get themselves back into this matchup.
Another message through RPNS Sevens Live. Just towards the end of that first half, Wellington leading 5-0. My uncle Derek Humphrey Davis taught there for 30 years. Well, there you go. Plenty of people watching with connections to either of these sides. Wellington leading by 12-0. Now John Fisher just looking down the right hand side, and he might get in. Oh, that's a great fend. The referee is just going to ask his assistant if there's anything wrong with awarding that score. It's not there. It was knocked on in the grounding. Wow. Let's just have another look at the replay. Really good first handoff. And then just as he comes down, he's dropped the ball as he falls on it. And there was a big cheer by John Fisher, but that one has not been scored. Big shove from John Fisher. They get the penalty. If they are to mount a comeback, they'd love the score to be more central, which is where they send the ball now. Tried to sell a dummy, but the Wellington defence not buying that one, and they advance pretty heavily. And that ball has gone forward in the pass. The way you can see a back four in football push out when a team is trying to work their way in, or when there's a loose ball. We certainly saw that form of attacking defence there from Wellington, driving John Fisher back as they tried to make the passes and create space for themselves. And look at where this scrum is taking place now, on the 22. Wellington doing well to engineer that position. Got to release the ball on the floor there though, which eventually they do. Ball comes wide. Just waiting to choose a moment. Oh, now have they managed to get round the defence there? There's a second tackle coming in, but they're going to need more support here, Wellington. Tackle still coming in from Fisher. Strong work from them. Referee right on the spot to oversee the competition for the ball, and John Fisher have come away with it. It was turned one way then the other, but John Fisher do come away with it. Suwe Obana trying to get down that right side now, then he doesn't want to knock it on twice. If he gets into the corner, it's a strong arm that time, and there's no mistake in the grounding. Suwe Obana with John Fisher's first score of the match.
Well, he had to back himself there. He was completely isolated. Outstanding fend by that young man, and also the power to go all the way and the endurance with it.
Oh, that's a great conversion. Well, that will make it interesting. John Fisher 7, Wellington 12. Halfway through this second half. Oh, that's a big hit. Well, referee saying there were no arms in that, I think. Too much of a clothesline challenge. Was a big hit. Quite enjoyed it. Now then, that penalty kick. How big a call is that going to be? Well, interesting call by the referee, because looking at that replay, that tackle looked sound. It was big, it was a collision, but didn't seem too much wrong with it, and that is rugby. I wonder how much of an effect this moment might have.
Well, I think that was a turning point defensively. It was a fantastic hit. Don't take anything away from the young man there. Refereeing decision, he had the pressure on the spot, and he went with his call, so you can't control it. These players have just got to get on with it.
Ball goes to the back of the line. Wellington. Look to the left then. Back to the right. John Fisher. They're going to have to try and drift as Wellington come wide to the left now. Looking to get through the gap, but that's a really good tackle. And there's the penalty to John Fisher. Now then, they need to use the ball wisely.
Patience here. Patience is key here. We've seen John Fisher go through the phases before. They just don't need to let the occasion get to them. Don't need to get the pressure of Wellington defence get to them. Just keep hold of ball. keep going forward.
Oh, now then.
What about that? Oh,
real chance of the break
on the way back.
Real chance on the break from George Simpson. There's been a knock on though, and referee says it will be a scrum to Wellington.
Well justised by the referee. I think he gave about 15 knock-ons.
I think he did, yes. I was waiting for which way his arm was going to settle there, and eventually we got the decision. Sue Obana, incidentally, the scorer for John Fisher. He's a tight head prop. Couple of props in the starting 15 for John Fisher, so that shows the athletic prowess the school can boast. That's a loose ball on the floor. That's brilliantly won by Wellington. John Fisher can't get too loose with these passes. If they could get the try and convert it, they would have the lead. Oh, well, there's a penalty against Fisher.
Well, certainly was a crowd-pleasing run, but looking up the middle, I feel though he's going to rue the decision not to go wide once more.
They kick the ball to touch. The referee checks his watch and blows the final whistle. Wellington have done enough. They will add the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Open title to the Surrey Schools title as well. They have fought valiantly, but a word on John Fisher, who fought brilliantly, and well, one or two decisions didn't quite fall their way in the rub of the green, but Wellington worthy champions, Chris.
Yes, they've been one of the form teams. We've talked about them all week. Certainly deserved champions. Great defensive effort by them. Astute attack play, and worthy victors in the end. I do feel my heart does go out for John Fisher. They were outstanding all week, and you do feel for them slightly to be a little bit aggrieved by a few decisions not going their way. But that said, you've got to take the opportunities when they lay it in front of you, and Wellington certainly did that. Congratulations to them, worthy champions of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Open.
Well, we will go down to the presentation shortly, but certainly in terms of concluding our commentary, huge thanks to Chris Cracknell, who has been on the microphone all week and put in a sterling shift. Chris, have you enjoyed the week?
It's been an outstanding week. I've had many a game of sevens have been watched, and it's been an absolute privilege and an honour to be here, to be part of such a momentous occasion. And my hat goes off to Dom Shabu and his team, and also great thanks to HSBC for aiding and providing this event for us, and giving these young lads and women opportunity to play such a fantastic version of the game. I hope that all here that have played have enjoyed themselves, because it's certainly been a pleasure watching and commentating on it.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Chris, for your analysis and your thoughts throughout the week. We've also had a couple of other faces in the commentary box over the week, the likes of Ollie Barkley, Paul Hodgson. They've been here as well, and well, we've been able to bring you some interviews throughout the week with the likes of England fullback Mike Brown, number 8 Nick Easter, and plenty more besides. James Haskell in there, Lewis Moody as well, Will Carling we've spoken to. Those are the sorts of faces you can bump into down at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. But now stay with us for the presentations to the girls Open winners and the boys Open winners. Wellington will be down with that presentation in just a moment.
Lenses at the front. The reason we've got it high is because you see all their lenses at the front of the shop. Yeah, you go Mavericks.
So what's happening? Am I driving in tomorrow? Yeah, I've got to. What'd you say? Dean Williams. Who said that?
If I could interrupt Wellington's celebrations just for a moment. I'm sure they'll get a chance once more in a second. Well, hello once again, and welcome to the presentation area for the HSBC National Schools Sevens here at Rosslyn Park. And what a week we've had. We're now down to award the last couple of pieces of silverware. We've had two fantastic finals, the Girls Open Final and the Men's Cup Final here in the Open competition, and two great finals they were, of course, as well. Just once again, a nod to our sponsors who've helped make this a fantastic week: HSBC, eTeach, School Sports and Serious Stuff. And if I could get everybody assembled here also to put their hands together for all of the officials and referees for this week. It's also a good opportunity for me to pay tribute to the work of Dom Shabu and the whole of the Rosslyn Park team, who have helped put this fantastic event together as they do year on year, and to all of the volunteers who've taken part. It really is a wonderful event to be part of. We've been doing live streaming on the commentary all week. I've still got a voice left, I'm pleased to say. So it just remains for me to begin the awards. And let's start with the Girls Open Final and award the runners-up, Broad in Effort. Yes. Do you want me to do the winning on this one? I'm going to let you the quick because he hasn't got any ticket. Let's have a nice big cheer, girls. Once you're in position, 1, 2, 3. Congratulations. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So now if I could ask the Group Head of Marketing at HSBC to join me on the stage. Chris Cook, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Chris Clark, my apologies. Sorry about that, Chris. And if I could ask you to commence your presentation duties, because they fought very well in the Girls Open Final. Please put your hands together to the winners, Avon Valley School.
But I'm not at the school next year. I'm a free agent. I was just covering. So okay, give me a shout. Is there any counter things going on now?
Wonderful. And one last cheer. 1, 2, 3. Brilliant. Your winners of the Girls Open competition, Avon Valley School. There we go, our technical scoreboard. So following the Girls Open final, we then of course had the men's final, and a great open tournament once again this year. It is so fiercely competitive, and the skill level, as I'm sure many of you saw from the tries that were scored in it, is second to none. So let's award our runners-up, who fought incredibly bravely and deserved their place in the final. It was of course John Fisher. Give it up one more time for the men's open runners-up, John Fisher. A really valiant effort by the John Fisher boys. And if I could ask Chris Clark to join me once again for the award of the big one. They fought brilliantly in the final, and they had a very tough semi-final, of course, to get through as well. And they managed to dispatch Millfield in that one. So for winning the men's open, please go mad, go crazy for your winners, Wellington!
Boys.
was a tight old final, won by 12 points to 7. And let's just get that cup nicely positioned in the middle, as we congratulate once again the winners of the Men's Open Tournament, Wellington. But don't forget that you can tune in to the live stream that has been following all the action today. Get onto the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School 7's website if you'd like to review any of the footage from the whole week. But we do also, of course, have those thrilling semi-finals and finals on show if you'd like to watch those as well. That's it. What a week it's been. Some incredible competition through the juniors, the preps, the colts, the festival, the girls competition and the open. We've been delighted to have your company on the live stream. And of course, a big thanks to everybody here for turning out and supporting their schools. Thanks again to the volunteers, to Dom Shabu and his team, and to our chief sponsors. Thanks for watching. We'll be back here next year and we hope you can join us then. From all of us here, it's a very good afternoon.